and we're going to get started here.
Test.
Good. On our agenda, we're going to be starting out this morning with the flag song, posting of colors, roll call, and opening prayer, then opening marks. Then we'll go right into the tribal secretary's programs. I know she's been working on her speech. And also, I want to remind everybody, our listening audience out there, we're broadcasting it. And also, too, we got our Yapaha from the KXW SW 89.9. Yapaha, would appreciate him and all the things that he's doing. So you're listening to the KXW SW FM radio, the heartbeat of the System Wapton Oyate. So our drum group is coming from the MSM Day School. They'll be bringing in the colors. So we appreciate Travis and the students from the MSM Day School. So we'll get started. And we got our honor guard here ready. So with that, I'm gonna get everything started. Whenever you guys are ready. Hey, Verlin, when you're ready, we do a roll call. Here.
Here.
Lisa Jackson. Louis Johnson.
Here.
Francis Crawford. Tribal Secretary. Here. Tribal Vice Chairman. Here. Tribal Chairman. Here. Mr. Chairman, 7 members of council are present. Thank you, Verlin, and thank you, members of council and our executives. And at this time, I called on Louis yesterday. Pastor Nippy. I know we have him for one more day as we be part of our leadership. And I'm going to give him a break today. So you can just relax. I'm going to call another. As everybody knows, we're losing our elders, our spiritual elders that are keeping our language with this COVID-19. And my grandma, Stella Pretty sounding flute, it says, remember to pray and always, and if you don't know, try. Because one of these days you're going to be called upon to pray for the people, so be ready. So at this time I'm going to call on Delray. If you could honor us in opening our day up with General Council for 2020 with the opening prayer, then I'll say my words, and I'm going to turn it over to Madam Secretary, because it's her day today, all her programs. And when you're ready, you can come up, Noah. Thank you.
Help me talk you up, Kashna Wakantaka. Today we come with you with thankful hearts for the new day that we've been blessed with. But we also come with you with heavy hearts for all the loved ones that have been lost to natural causes and to this virus. We remember those relatives and families that are mourning today, that you would keep them close, strengthen them, strengthen their hearts and their spirits. As we remember them in our prayers today, as all of the Oyate remembers each other and supports each other during this time. We pray for our Itancha and all of the council that have been chosen to lead us during this time. That as the Oyate will support them wholeheartedly with everything that we have so that they can do the best job for us when called upon to do the hard things necessary for the Oyate. That they know they have the people's support. Kashna Wakantak, I ask that you would watch over each and every one of us today. Continue to be with those that have lost loved ones. Be with our little ones that are coming up. Keep them safe, for they are the next generation of leaders. We thank the Oyate for all of their support for each other, and ask that you'd bless each and every home today. Oh, Itakuas.
Thank you, Mr. German. Once again, I appreciate our veterans bringing in the colors this morning. I appreciate our future leaders of Tokanawa that's coming out of the Emerson Day School for bringing those songs. You are appreciated, and I thank you for those teachers out there. I've seen Eric Jens, I've seen Eric leading those younger generations, so it's good to see that. And once again, those are the products of our language. We support the language, and we'll continue to do that as a governing body here in the 7 districts representing the SWO, as well as the 3 executives from now and hopefully into the new ones that are coming in here next month. I appreciate everybody tuning in this early of a morning. I appreciate the YAPA broadcasting as one of the part of us being transparent as a governing body here in the SWO, Sistemwapin Oyate. I want to thank everybody here, the leadership, and I appreciate you opening your arms to me coming in as the chairman to finish it up the year 2020. So I could do the best I can for working with the council, the executives, and for the Sistemwapin Oyate. And also too for the new ones that are coming in, let's remind ourselves, we are elected by the people. We are servant leaders. And we got to remember that, and that's going to keep us focused on doing a good job. And once we lose that, and that's when we start rearing off from the pack, as they call it, as they say, and you will be making mistakes, and people will call you on it. So remember, that's who we serve in a good way. So with that, Madam Secretary is raring to go, and I won't want to take most of her time. And there's going to be some changes in the agenda today because, as you know, there's funerals and everything that's going on today in the community. Sometimes managers are not going to be here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Madam Secretary Myrna Thompson, and I appreciate the listeners out there. Thank you.
Yapi. Myrna Thompson, Imakiapi, Mie Woapi, Kaha, Tribal Secretary for the Sistemwapin Oyate. Chante Washte Nape Chiuzapi. I greet you with a good heart and friendship. Sad times translate into family and community unity. It is the vocation of strong leaders to position the families and community toward a long-standing outcome. It is in this framework in our minds that we need to respond to the pandemic in a unified manner. This new decade, 2020, began with a pandemic that is unheard of in our lifetime. Many lives have been lost to COVID-19 in our community and globally. The response to this pandemic required unity of purpose in our community. Many tribal programs and staff rose to the challenge and worked hard, long hours to serve their community. They had to get creative in the delivery of food and medicine, education on COVID-19, and homework. They had to provide the technology to students of all grade levels, including college students, in order for them to complete their studies so as not to fall behind. It was a massive undertaking, and it is not over. The Tribal Secretary's Office staff, the Elderly Resource Coordinator, Community Health Education Program, Tribal Education Program, Higher Education, Human Resources, Child Protection, Dakota Pride, the Tribal Health Director in all programs, Early Childhood Intervention, ET Demo 477 program, Office of Child Support Enforcement, Head Start, Elderly Nutrition, the CHRs, the Food Pantry, the Food Distribution Program, Wachi Yampi TP, our House of Hope, the Vice Chairman, Thomas LeBlanc Jr., known as Sonny, the DARE employees. They all worked tirelessly since this pandemic hit us in March. The COVID financial assistance program employees worked hard, long hours to get applications processed. The planning department employees kept everything moving on our projects. There was such a concerted effort, and this work will continue as long as COVID-19 is still impacting us. And today, the education director is excused. The State of Education report is available, but Dr. Sherry Johnson is excused due to being in quarantine. And also being excused is the food pantry manager, Gino Locke, for the same reason. So the training, I just want to go a little bit back. We were scheduled to have a trauma-informed training in November, but due to COVID and just the logistics of everything, that was postponed until early 2021. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Native pride, Indian pride, I guess. We go back historically to the traumas that our people suffered, and which is why we still deal with that historical trauma, in a sense, that it impacts us in ways that are subtle at times, and we're still dealing with racial profiling in the community. And right now we have homeless on the street, and we did open the warming house on November 16th, and we're serving 8 to 13 tribal members each night. And with that said, they are still being targeted by law enforcement in the city of Sisseton. And so they wrote up some complaints. I just want to mention that because we did go to the county commissioners meeting about the medical neglect, or alleged medical neglect in Roberts County Jail. And that following Sunday, they weren't allowed visitors. So it was either a coincidence or it was a result of our meeting with them to bring these complaints forward. So that's something that will be followed up on, and the chairman of the county commissioners assured me that they will look into the problems at the Roberts County Jail. So again, we're looking at stereotypes, and stereotypes need to be overcome because stereotypes cause the oppression. So we need to change the mindset or the view that some members of our community still have towards Native American Indians, natives, as the younger generation call us. So that whenever I get to the microphone, I have to talk about the mass incarcerations, because the mass incarcerations are impacting our communities. Our people are sent to federal prison, state prison, and the local county jails. And incarcerations result in more problems because they're looked at as second-class citizens. They lose their right to vote, and they have to put it on their applications for employment. So it affects so much that people have a hard time when they get out of prison or jail. And it's creating problems. And I did say this to the state's attorney. I said all our people that appeared to get railroaded to prison, they have a tough time when they come out because we don't have anything in place for them. We have no transitional homes. We have no services. And so we're creating more problems in our community, or they are creating more problems for us in our community because we don't have any services to help them. So we need to get those services for our people that are released from prison or jail. And a lot of them are underrepresented by their public defenders. So no matter what, they still end up in prison. And it's something that has bothered me for decades because I was a tribal prison liaison since the late 70s, and I've seen the prisons grow. I've seen our people suffer. I've seen what the impact of prison has done to human beings. So I continue to say these things, and I know they're hard for people to listen to sometimes because that mindset of you did the crime, pay the time, that has to change. These are our relatives. They have families. People love them. And when you have a relative that goes to prison, it feels like a death. And we're feeling death in this community right now. And when our people go to prison, those families are suffering. Those children are suffering. Their parents are suffering. Their grandmas and grandpas are suffering. It's a loss. So we need to really look at that. We have our own tribal court system, and I'll just keep saying it as long as I'm here, and even after. We have our own tribal court system. We are a treaty tribe. Matt Thompson said it well yesterday. We need to exert our sovereign authority over our own people. Because we have a court system. There's no reason why we cannot prosecute our own people in our own court. We're a treaty tribe. So I'm going to move on to domestic violence. And I just want to make it clear that I do not condone criminal activity. But it's about fairness and equality for our people, which is non-existent at this time. In Roberts County Court, in the federal system, we have nonviolent crimes, and they're sending our people to federal prison. That hurts our people immensely. It's hard for them to overcome that. Over this past year, as the Great Plains representative for the Administration for Children's and Families and Administration for Native Americans under the Tribal Advisory Committee, we worked on a framework for missing and murdered Native Americans. And the chairman did a little video yesterday, and this video is going to be used across the nation for the Great Plains region. All the regions in the United States will be represented in that video. So this song that the singer sang yesterday, it really touched the members of TAC and Jeannie Hovland. And I got comments afterwards, what a good job and how it touched their spirits. And the chairman, I thank you for doing a great job with the prayer. And Jeannie thanks you. And the members of TAC, thank you. And so I'm just proud of that, and when I get a copy, I will share it with council. So under the MMNA, we'll utilize this framework. I don't have a signed copy yet, but we all signed on to it. When the president created the Operation Lady Justice, a lot of those people on there initiated this framework with Jeannie Hovland's support. She was really the driving force behind this framework. And then all of us on the TAC, we all had input into it too. So One of the ideas yesterday from President Nez from the Navajo Nation was that they would like to create a division of missing persons under law enforcement. So I know we're going to talk about it more, Chairman Hopkins, but and the new members of council too, to sit down and look at that framework and possibly develop something in our community for the missing and murdered Native Americans. I think it's overdue. I mean, we've had many, many missing people. And we've had hit and runs unsolved on this reservation. And I just want to say, and I covered the warming house. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Dakota way of being, the kinship rule that says one must be a good relative. And I think, what does being a good relative mean? So many times we say that our elders are enabling their family members. And it could be true, but there's a fine line between enabling and helping. And in the Dakota way of being, we're helping our people. So we're trying to give them a hand up and support them. So we don't know if we need to draw the line anywhere in there, but I just wanted to say that love and compassion is all we have. Love and compassion is what dictates how we're going to treat our people. And we're no less than the man on the street, the woman on the street. Many years ago, Harlan Goodbird would say, "But for the grace of God, there go I." And that always stuck with me, because I went to AA meetings with him. And if anything stuck with me out of anything he ever said, it was that. But for the grace of God, there go I. So to remember the people with love and compassion is to treat them as our equals, to give them a hand up when they need it, and to support them in their needs. Because there's a lot of people that need help. There's people in college that are struggling, that have children, and I'm sure they could use a little help now and then with food, whatever. And it's really not dependency, because we want to get away from dependency, but also being a Dakota. The Dakota way of being is being sustaining. Sustain yourselves and your families by learning to grow those gardens, to become self-sufficient as much as you can. And I think Charlene Miller said it in her report yesterday, but there's a lot of tribal members that are going back to growing their own gardens. And that's a good thing, because you're getting the organic food, as they call it in the store, and sell it for way too high. But it's organic food, and you know where it came from, because it came right out of your own ground. I wanted to mention the veterans. I'm thankful for the veterans. I appreciate the veterans for all they've done, because we're free because of them. And yet, in the judicial systems across the United States, we're still not free, because there's mass incarceration going on. Although they release some, And now it's a digital prison in your own home by wearing ankle bracelets. And we think of that as a good thing because they're still in their own home, but there's limitations to that too. So I'm saying we can't become too comfortable with accepting oppression. At some point in time, we have to stand up against the injustices perpetrated upon our people. And I just want to close my long talk with this. Child Protection is having a Christmas party, a drive-through Christmas party. And I want to thank all the tribal council members and all the community members that donated Christmas gifts to the foster parents, to the foster children in the foster homes. They got a lot of gifts and a lot of nice gifts for the kids. So this evening at 5 o'clock, they'll be doing a drive-through Christmas gift distribution on the north side of the building. So with that, I just want to say thank you to council and all the community members that donated for the foster children. That's our Dakota way of being. Generosity and sharing and caring. So I'm going to close with, I want to send out prayers to all those in the hospitals suffering from COVID or whatever other ailment there is, and all those in mourning for their family members that have passed on, and all those in isolation and quarantine right now. Our prayers go out to you. And I hope I didn't miss anything. We lost a lot of tribal members this year. We have a list up to date as of Wednesday. We lost 138 tribal members this year alone, minus 24 that were not documented until this year. So 114 is still a great loss, and that's not even through December, but God willing, I hope we don't have any more. But to the Oyate out there listening, happy holidays. Thank you for listening in today. And I look forward to a productive 2021 with some new council members. Look forward to working with you all and being a progressive tribe that we've always been known to be. Thank you. Damia Ndakyase.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your opening remarks before we get started with your programs, manager's reports. And also to remind that I know my grandma Stella Purtisan was a great advocate for our members in penitentiaries. At that time, she always, when we were talking, she always mentioned Myrna and Jake Thompson, and also to Mr. Smith out there, that were advocates for our families that are locked up, that Russell Smith and all you guys that did that a long time ago, and you guys continue to do that. So keep on doing what you have to do. We need more like that. We need more advocates. Coming up, we got Bonnie Thompson coming from the Elderly Affairs. After Bonnie, on deck, we got Danielle Dakota coming in for the Elderly Nutrition Report. And as Madam Secretary was going on and on, reminding me over the our Thanksgiving dinner, this past one, I have my baby daughter. She's 22 years old. She works late and she goes to school. I always pray for before we have a meal. So I was sitting there praying, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I thought my daughter was her head against the refrigerator. She was sleeping. She said, "The older you get, Dad, the longer your prayers go." So see. So whenever, if Bonnie's not ready, I'm just gonna call on Danielle, if you're ready. Are you still? And just a reminder, just if make sure the green light is on and just talk clearly because we have an audience out there online and we have the sanitizer right up there. And whenever you're ready, the floor is all yours, Danielle.
All right. Good morning, council and SWO travel members. My name is Danielle Dakota. I'm the interim program manager for the Elderly Nutrition Center. First of all, I just want to ask each and every one of you to keep the families who have loved ones that have COVID, the ones that are in quarantine, and also for the ones that are in mourning for their loss of their loved ones due to COVID. Since starting at the program, I had made various budget modifications after speaking with all the funding sources. We recalled 5 staff, hired 2 temporary drivers, and we have 1 staff member who's an employee of the state working under the Experience Works program, and we have 5 staff who work under the ET Demo Elder Adult Work Experience program. And also, at the beginning, this summer, we had 2 youth from TZ who came down to work 7.5 hours a week and giving themselves some work experience. Since August, we picked up where the previous program manager left off by opening up all the food packages to the elders where we were able to utilize the COVID funds. And with that, we also were able to hand out sanitizer, antibacterial wipes, sanitizer spray in bottles. And overall, with the food packages, we were able to hand out 969 food packages since September 1st. And over 400 hand sanitizers, 200 antibacterial wipes, 400 sanitizer spray bottles, in which we'd be more than happy to refill at any time for any elder. When I spoke with the elderly board, I went and I let them know that we were going to be purchasing these spray bottles. And when I talked to the Dakota Crossing store, what they do is they have a mixture, a sanitizer, and so we utilized that and took full advantage of that, so then it kills the virus within 10 minutes after drying. So we wanted to try to keep our elders home safe as possible, because a lot of our elders have family members that come and go, come to visit. They have their grandchildren and so forth. And so we wanted to try our best to try to keep our elders home safe by handing out this sanitizer. Overall, we spent a total on the food boxes and sanitizer. We spent a total of $44,950, which came out of the Title III C budget. With all our products and stuff, we ordered everything all through the Dakota Crossings because we wanted to recirculate our funding, it's very important that we try to utilize our grocery store as much as possible. So down at the Elderly Nutrition Program, we use 2 vendors. One is Dakota Crossings and the other one is Cashway Foods out of Fargo. And those are the 2 that we utilize the most, because sometimes Dakota Crossings can't provide what we need, but they do try to. When I spoke to the previous manager, he stated that he was going to do his best to try to bring that all up so we can continue or start to utilize the grocery store more. After reaching out and familiarizing myself with the Title VI funding source, we were able to I was able to get a more of an understanding of the program, and I submitted all the annual PPR, which is the Program Performance Reports, for Title VI, Parts A, B, and Part C. And with that, that shows the total number of services provided throughout the community through the Elderly Nutrition Program. And those services provide the total congregate meals, home-delivered meals, nutrition information, information and assistance, outreach, in-home services. That's something that we weren't able to do since the COVID. Transportation, that's another thing that we haven't been able to do since COVID. Home health aid services, chore services, visiting. Those three things we haven't been able to do since COVID happened. But what we do is we do telephoning, so I'm able to reach out to the elders who are at home and check in on them. And also, when our deliverers or our drivers go out and deliver the food packages or the meals, that's when they do a visual and to check on our elders to make sure that they're okay. We've had a couple incidences where we've actually had to reach out to law enforcement and to the Elderly Protection Board. So with those, we just wanted to let everybody know that, you know, we are doing the best that we can down there to try to take care of our elders at the fullest capacity. Every month I give out a newsletter. With that newsletter, we give out health tips, COVID information. We work with the community health nurse also, and with Gypsy Wana, she gives us guys a newsletter, the COVID newsletter that she hands out to everybody. So we're able to give that out also. So we want to make sure that our elders are getting all the proper information that they need while they're at home. As of September 1st, we were delivering 196 home delivered meals. That recently has been reduced to 184 meals, just due to loss of family or elders. And it's really heartbreaking for me because after working with the DARE program and being out in the program or out in the community and seeing what our people go through, not everybody has the means to every resource. And so when I came in here at the Elderly Nutrition Program, I couldn't help but feel that it softened my heart even more, because it's the compassion and everything that I have for our elders is so touching, and we want to do as much as we can for our elders. So I reached out to the COVID, to Title VI, they actually, or to the CARES Act. They let us know that we are able to provide firewood for elders, because we have elders who actually don't have the resources or the funding, are on fixed income. So we're able to provide firewood for heating source or resource. And also, another thing that we were able to do is help with, it's up to $400, I believe it was, for home, to help our elders with the shelter, with the home. So, I mean, these are things that I didn't know about until just recently, and so it's, what we're trying to do is we can help out the ones that are on our list, that are enrolled in our program. Those are the ones that we can help out right now. I try to open it up as much as I could to all elders. That's why I was able to open up the food packages, and that went out to all elders. But there are stipulations that come with the funding there, the Elderly Nutrition Program. Recently, we increased our routes to 5 routes. We have Enemy Swim Route, Big Hoolie Route, Agency Red Iron Route, Crawfordsville, West Siston, IHS, Lake Traverse route. We also have the East Siston route, and that totals our 184 meals that we deliver daily. We put on over 4,000 miles a month traveling across the reservation wide, delivering meals. Our staff has been very dedicated to being a service to the people, to our elders. When the tribe shut down, we were on the mandatory shutdown, which was a good thing because we want to try to prevent the COVID. But at the same time, we have so many elders. I believe it's 21 elders on our program that have no caretaker. They live alone and they don't have anybody to take care of them or to check in on them. And so our staff down there, they're so dedicated. I had hard feelings towards not going in to deliver a meal to them. And I sent out a late night message one night, and they said, I woke up in the morning and I seen the message. It said, let's do this. And so, for me, that just, it inspired me to want to continue my work and our services to the elder community. And so I just wanted to share that because not a whole lot of people would just take it upon themselves, knowing the risk that they're taking every day going out and delivering the meals. The Elderly Nutrition Center has been short 2 vehicles since I've started in August 24th. We would like to thank the Education Department and IT Department for loaning their vehicles to us as long as possible. And right now we have, we're borrowing a vehicle from the building manager program. I was able to find funding or do a budget modification to our CARES Act funding for the elderly program. And we were able to put money into equipment so we can get a new vehicle for the program. I just recently found out that we were donated a van from Bikuli district. I didn't realize that was donated to the program, and so I'm very thankful for that. Wopigatanka to Bikuli Iakapapi district for that. We just recently purchased a new range restaurant-style stove because down there we do have a range down there, but the only thing that works on it are the burners. The oven and the broilers don't work, and they haven't worked for years. So we were fortunate enough to be able to purchase a new one, which will be in on January 2nd. It'll be down to the building, and then we'll be working with Philly to have them hook it up for us. And we also had another issue with the building recently. We have 2 furnaces in the elderly nutrition building. Only one of the furnaces works. So when the cold weather very first hit us, our whole building was down to 54 degrees in there, and that's not what our elders need. They need a good operating building. So we did put in a request to purchase a new furnace through Field Inc. Today they just sent me a new quote for that, and I hope to be able to go into get a motion to get that passed through council or executive, because the current one that's broke down right now, it's a fire hazard is what we were told. It has many issues with it. They said it's unrepairable, so it's been there since the building first opened. I'd also like to let you guys know that I've been working with Elaine Rasmussen for our menus, because I know like one of the main concerns is, are our elders getting a nutritional meal? Yes, they are. We go through the menus monthly with Elaine Rasmussen, who's the nutritionist at IHS, and she also works at with the fitness center. And our ladies, Rita and Bernie, Rita Finley and Bernie Cole, they do an amazing job with the nutrition, making sure that our menu is a very nutritional menu. We spend about an average of $9,000 a month on food, milk, and containers just to transport our meals. And that varies month to month. It could be less or it could be more, but on an average, it's $9,000 a month is what we spend on food. And all to date, since I just wanted to inform you guys that our reports are all up to date right now. I've reached out to the state, I've reached out to Title VI, the Title III Community Service Block Grant, everything that we've had, all our reports are completed and turned in, and we also had to do a survey with Title VI, and this coming year, Title VI will have a new reporting system, and so we went through a training, I went through a training on that. I can be able to pass that down to the new program manager once he gets there, or once that person gets there. I'd also like to express my gratitude to the Sister-in-Wahpeton Oyate Tribal Secretary, Mrs. Myrna Thompson, for taking a chance on me and giving me the opportunity to become the intern program manager for the Elderly Nutrition Center. You know, that was, for me, I've worked at planning for 9.5 years and learned a lot while I was in there for those 9.5 years, and to be given that opportunity to become a program manager was, especially for the elderly nutrition program, because I'm not an elder yet. So, you know, it was touching, and I was very excited, and I'm very happy that I had that opportunity to do that and to work with all our elders, and gain the respect and listen to what our elders are, their concerns. I mean, that's a big issue, so I can continue my services to our people, especially as being in the Kichita. You know, that's one of my main things. Is I always talk about being in the Kichita is being a servant to the people, a protector. You know, and when you don't know what's actually going on out in our community, and you find out through our elders and through the jobs that we work and being out in the community, it makes you strive to do better, to do more. And you don't put yourself first, you put yourself last, you know, and I just wanted to express that. And when I started as the program manager over there, the interim program manager over there, I had a meeting with the elderly board, and they kind of gave me a hard time my very first day there, you know, because they didn't know what kind of credentials I had or what kind of experience I had. And I said, I don't have experience cooking. My son can vouch for that. But what I do have experience with is grant writing, and I have experience with administrative side, the side of everything. So when I met with them, one of my favorite people that I love to visit with and talk to, Mr. Joe Williams, he pulled me aside and he said, I have total faith in you, Danielle. I asked him his advice on how to get the respect of our elders, and he said, listen to your elders. Let them talk, and then do what's right. I will always have your back. Those were the best words that I could have asked for, you know. Joe's always been like a mentor towards me, and so those words will forever be engraved in me, you know, in my heart. When I started working at the Elderly Nutrition Center, I was told, I told the staff, I said, I'm not here to be a boss. I'm here to be a leader. I said, leaders lead by example. I will work right beside you. I will do what I can to help. And I did. I've been doing that. And I'm going to tell you one thing, our staff and down there is so amazing. Every morning I walk in, it smells good. The food, it smells delicious. everybody's laughing. There's so much laughter and joy when they're preparing these meals, and that's good because that's how I was raised. They told us, never have hard feelings when you're preparing food because you'll pass it on. So what they're doing is they're preparing this food with all this love, joy, and laughter, you know, and it's a good feeling to walk in there every morning. But I wanted to give also thank the elderly board for their support and all the encouraging words from the tribal members. I'd especially like to thank our amazing staff of the Elderly Nutrition Center for their hard work and dedication to ensure our elders get a nutritional, tasteful, hot meal. I'm thankful for them, for their love and support they showed me during this short time at the Ulysses K. Abraham Elderly Nutrition Center. I'd like to give recognition to our amazing staff and all the helpers. That's Rita Finley, Bernie Cole, Jake Demarius, Mary M. Keeble, Daryl Renville, Melanie McConnell, Junior Heminger, Tyrell Fallis, Rosella Huckfeld, Lola Spider, Cheryl Renville, Ron Max, and Mike Wine, and the two TZ students, Jonathan Janish and Dominic Kyoke. And to all those who contributed their time and dedication to volunteering down there, driving this whole entire summer with the previous program manager. You're all appreciated, and I will miss each and every one when my time is up as the interim program manager. But I know that the next manager has something to look forward to, and that's the wonderful personalities he gets to enjoy every day. Thank you.
Any questions or comments coming from council or executive body? If not, any comments or questions coming from our the membership out there that are listening? I know they're kind of behind a little bit. Just a heads up, the higher education office is going to be on deck. Williams, if Bonnie is still not there.
Are there any questions?
Great job. I appreciate you. And also, as go ahead. Go ahead. Madam Secretary is trying to start the slow clap. Great job, and also too for acknowledging your staff. I appreciate the managers for always mentioning the staff, because they work hard for the managers and make them look good.
Yes,
Appreciate
they work
it.
very hard. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Janelle Williams. When I first hired Janelle Williams as tribal secretary back then, years ago, when she first came in, oh my gosh, when she gave her report during Journal Council, she was just shaking. But when last time I had seen her do her report, she just did it, just a good job. So she really grew in that position. Janelle, whenever you are ready, we got wipes up there. Whenever, if you want to sanitize your podium down and just keeping everybody safe. Appreciate you showing up. And whenever you're ready, Janelle, the floor is yours.
Dakiapi. Oas chante washte nape chusapia. My relatives, I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. The kochaje mitawakide wamadi sapo yamakiapi. My Dakota name is Black Eagle Woman, or that's what they call my light, or my onagi, my spirit. Washichu ia Janelle Williams, Toka Hea, Damakota Ka, Wakanta Ka Ichimawani Ka, Julia Mia. My given name is Janelle Williams. First, I am Dakota, and every day I walk with Creator, and I am just a common person, a common woman. Sisitua wakwetua oyate, ounspe wakantu mazaska o chakiapi uktawani. I work for Assistant Wapton Oyate in the higher education program. Wanietu ake shakpe kitawani. I've been employed here for 16 winters now. Shunto ichia ka wambadi tioshpaye amataha. I come from the chief blue dog and eagle family. Kushika ina ichak maya. My grandmother and my mother raised me. Mihi hanaku mato hitaka. I married the eldest grandson of Yvonne and the late Ed Williams. Chichecha shakoi wichabaduhe ka mitakoja sapta wichabaduhe. Together we have 7 children and 5 grandchildren. And I want to read a quote from Vine Marks. When an elder who speaks the language dies, a piece of the language dies. I wanted to share that much about myself and how important the language is, and that I will continue to learn. And during this strange time, Creator gifted my family with 2 more Dakota 6 months ago, and I will continue to teach them the things that I have learned. And for those of you who are just tuning in, I greet you with a heartfelt handshake. My name is Janelle Williams, and I oversee the daily operations of the higher education program. This year's annual report is in the General Council report and the State of Education report. The State of Education report includes a detailed report of how many students participated in the program funding for budgeting fiscal year 2020. The last 272 days have been a challenge, and this pandemic has brought so much uncertainty. But through it all, we remain resilient, brave, compassionate, and it's been very humbling. During this year, many great things have happened and will continue to happen. As we've sheltered in place, we've used our ability to research and develop ideas that would provide ourselves and others with guidance and encouragement on projects that may help our survival. We've shared those ideas through technology-based programs such as Zoom, FaceTime, or with the different types of social media. We're having to learn new behaviors to adjust to what's happening around us. We have a small percentage of our membership who continued with their post-secondary education studies amidst the global health crisis. Instructional learning was disrupted by COVID-19, and as a safety measure, campuses were closed across the nation, and many students would continue their education through distance learning off campus. The program was able to award the credit hours based on the level of studies for the academic year 1920 at a steady rate. Today, I still see a lot of determination. In response to COVID-19, funds from the CARES Act were allocated to develop a program to assist the small percentage of students. Funds were allocated for costs associated with COVID-19 outbreak, disrupting instructional learning. In preparation of future campus closures due to COVID-19, students enrolled in the fall 2020 semester were eligible for these services. Services were in the form of a laptop or an internet provider payment. These services will no longer be provided after December 20th, 2020. Dakiapi, in light of our current situation, a wise person said, I will honor my brother and my ancestors by continuing to live each day doing the things I love to do, and I will do it in a good way. That's what he would want me to do. Continue helping each other. In closing, I would like to thank Council and the executives for remembering the college students and for always supporting education. And before I go, are there any questions?
there's a delay from the feed, so we're just waiting to see if anybody has any questions to call in with.
Okay.
Other than that, thank you, Janelle. Any questions from council? Okay. Thank you.
Now, Pagdia, Wambadi Sapo, Wiamaki.
Thank you, Janelle. I appreciate it, and you did a great job. Going on to our agenda, we got Janelle, and going into the education department, Dr. Johnson is been excused, so. Okay, is Zama out there? Or Bonnie? Oh, just been informed that Zelma's been unexcused too. While we're waiting, leave our Yapaha to do his call signs and do our weather report. I used to live in North Dakota, been an announcer in the Kabul radio station, and that's how they used to say. We're going to do our weather report. But until then, we're going to go down to Lexi Francher for the early childhood intervention program. Oh no, that's going to be the Head Start program. And Lexi, whenever you're ready, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lexi Fancher Lincoln. I am the new Head Start and Early Head Start Director, which I was recently hired on December 1st. For the past 2 weeks, I have been working very closely with our managers within our program. We have 6 areas that creates Head Start overall. We have our family services, our maintenance transportation, our early Head Start, our education department, behavioral and disabilities, and also early Head Start, Enemy Swim Head Start, and our health department. As of right now, we have 136 students ages 0 through 5 who are attending our program fully online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Head Start runs from September to June, and Early Head Start runs from September to July. Each student has been provided a loan tablet for the school year through the CARES funding while receiving internet services for 5 months from the education department. After December, the Head Start program will continue internet services for our students who are in need with our Head Start funding. So parents, please keep a lookout for our application next week. We also have a Start Well plan with protocols that was recently approved by council, which outlines our safety precautions and practices that were placed within our program, which will be distributed to all parents and guardians before any child returns back to our facility. We are looking forward to seeing our children in the middle of next semester. As of right now, meals have been offered for delivery or curbside pickup, which so we can continue to provide our children healthy meals, which includes a cold breakfast, a hot lunch, and a snack, Monday through Thursday. As of right now, since we're on Christmas break, it will resume on January 4th. Our staff will also continue to contact families and attend trainings, whether on phone, text, or Zoom, since we are currently closed to the public. We have also added health screenings, disinfectant doorway systems, and protective shields to our program safety precautions for our children and staff. Regarding our employees, our program is fully staffed except for 6 positions. We have finally hired a full-time employee for our behavioral mental health specialist after being vacant for the past year. Also, a Dakota language specialist to assist us in preserving our language within our younger generation. We currently have 12 teachers who are enrolled in childhood development education programs. We would like to congratulate our NME swim teacher, Jennifer Shepard, who just recently received her associates in early childhood development. We have 1 staff, Lalita Seaboy, who has been with our Head Start program for 20 years, and a number of employees for the past 10 years. So I want to give a big thank you to them for their time and dedication to our children. Our staff has been working diligently with the new implemented virtual programs like Hatch, Class Dojo, Parent Portal to assist our children and their parents. This year, we'll be collaborating with different programs within the tribe to increase family and community involvement, and also our Dakota language development. Some of our goals for this year is to continue to assess attendance data for continuous improvement, to strengthen the attendance, also to ensure strong coordination between children and preschool programs, as well as trainings identified by our parents that will assist them towards more self-sufficiency in their homes. We understand the needs and struggles for our families, and we're doing our best to provide services that are allowed through our granting agency. Also, we are currently still accepting new students, so feel free to call or email our offices. So I just want to thank you for your time and have a great weekend.
Any questions coming from council or the executives? Or any questions coming from our listening audience out there in the SWO
Oh,
community?
you can't hear me? Oh. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Lexi. Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Farmer, hopefully, are you awake yet? We're waiting for your questions. Going on to our next one is Charnel Gill coming from the Early Childhood Intervention Program. And if she's not ready, we're going to call on Dr. Nadine Eastman if Charnel's not ready. And we're going to be on after that. We got Gabe Kompeska, Dr. Azure from the college, and Devon Bershon. You guys are all on deck after these guys. Nobody out there, Dr. Eastman? Nobody out there? Okay, if you're ready, then I'll just turn the floor over to you, Dr. Eastman, if you're ready.
My principal's coming, I see him.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna. We're up.
As we're waiting for Dr. Eastman, I'm gonna, in my radio voice, we're listening to KXW SW 89.9, and right now it's currently 36 degrees out there. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Eastman, the floor is all yours.
Ilakiapi. Nadine Eastman Imatiapia. Dakota Chaja. Wichakpi Dutawi. Dini Demia. Ata Wayakin. Wayne Eastman Ichiapi. Kiwi. Dija. Chanyo Sabyapi. Edwati Hemataha. Topanua Wayawa Tipi, Haktawani, Oitancha, Ga Wongspel, Wichakia, Hemacha.
Makiapi, Martin, the Makiapido, Sukawa Khan, Debian, Spear Lake, Video Khan, Oyate. We're all related. Excited to be here today. Feel kind of like on Seinfeld, Frasier coming in the, or no, Kramer coming in the door, right? So,
Did you say you're from Spirit Lake? Welcome from the SWO, from our relatives from the Spirit Lake, Oyate, Devil's Lake Nation.
So we left our instructional principal, Miss Janine Metzger, back at school, working with all our teachers today. And our business manager that's been there 22 years is Deborah Lumsa. We're tag teaming it today.
So as we go through today, we'll share some data and statistics as well as information with you. We want to make sure we do it in a good way, a good heart. We talked about our administration, who we have here today, as well as who would not be here, but they have said their wishes also. This year our theme is Doka Dukashta Okiipi. So when we had this theme, which we know as we look at it is we can do this no matter what. We put forth this theme prior to the pandemic, okay, kind of looking ahead. So this would have been way back in December. We were throwing out some ideas. These kind of came forward, and as we're going through it, this really is how it is. We can do this no matter what, and understanding that as we're doing it, it's in a good way also.
So 3 years ago, we brought together all of our stakeholders. We had parents and we had board members, we had students, we had teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, and we spent 3 weekends together in October to make a 5-year strategic plan. And out of that plan, we want to know where do we want our students and our school to go. And from there, we made this mission statement. It's the mission of the Toka Nua Wayawa Tipi to unite and empower our Dakota Oyate by successfully preparing our students through the revitalization of Dakota Iapi and culture, as well as through the creation of a safe educational environment that inspires academic excellence.
Wa'ohada, wa'okihi, awani chi adaka, wa'unchida, chanwashte. These are words that we don't take lightly, that we hold close to our hearts. When we visit with our students each day, not only do we practice these, but we model them for each other as staff and students. So these are the values we take part in our school each day, and that as we travel here today, we bring them forth too. Our tracks team, our tracks handbook, you're going to hear quite a bit about support that we offer for our students. It's working through students with attendance, working through behaviors and such, communicating with parents. So as you can see, part of this is it's strong Dakota theme today, because that's who we are. It's how we grew up, and when we travel throughout reservations and visit other families or speak on Zoom to other families, we carry these with us. You can see one of the things I want to talk about is during this, by 2023, our Dakota speakers, our graduating 8th graders, we have some goals for them, things that they can look forward to, things that we practice every day. So all teachers will integrate Dakota in the classrooms. We are doing that each day. Continue to improve our kindergarten immersion program and first grade math program. These are happening. Another thing we have is keep adding our Dakota curriculum resources. So whenever we find out that something new that's out there, of course we're going to sometimes beg, borrow, steal, but at the same time when we share what we have too and people ask us, that's what we do. But also any Dakota homework that we have in Dakota, have students translate it. We have parents, pretty soon we'll be using our own app, the Enemy Swim Day School app, so we can use that as our kind of cheat sheet, but guess what? We all have those things in our pocket. So let's use them at that aspect. But parents get involved in our language also for homework.
You're still up.
So we know our conferences, how important they are. When we talk about parent-teacher conferences, these are community events. Last year, we had our fall parent-teacher conference at the location here on site, and it was very successful. We're looking forward to do something like that too in the future. Of course, when things open up and we can have that happen. But having good reception there, but also virtually. Zoom, we've had a good turnout on those also. Students getting involved, we had some activities, some incentives for grade parties, grade levels that had 84% conferences. But we also want to make sure that we have those monthly events for students, families. Our PTA is actively involved too, but also making sure we always create that connection, that it's not just a matter of we have a great building out on the prairie, we have a great building with family involved, and it's kind of that magnet for our communities to gather in.
Another one of our goals is so that our staff would report, 90% or more would report that they have high quality professional development. We have our early release on Friday in our normal schedule, and right now we have our kids scheduled in 4 days a week, with the 5th day on Friday being for electives right now. So our teachers have a full day of professional development. And one of our key focuses that is written in here too is about indigenous or culturally responsive. So this morning, I was doing a training with the teachers right away this morning on how to help kids with intentionality and how to make meaning for them, because that's a piece of that cultural responsive. We also want high active engagement. We don't want a teacher just to be up in front talking and kids just sitting there expected to listen and learn in that way. We want active engagement, active learning, so kids are actively working. We are teaching remotely right now, and I teach 7th and 8th grade math, and I have my kids actively engaged with me. I'm using a program called Nearpod, and I used it with the teachers this morning, where it actually, as I'm teaching, they have to work, and I can see everything they're drawing on their screen. It's showing up, like I can see all 16 screens of my 7th graders of what they're working on their math problem, and then I can cast it out to everyone so everybody could see while I'm explaining that this is the right way to do the problem. It's really cool. So we're looking for interactivity even while we're remote learning.
I'll share a little bit about attendance. So if you're looking around the room here, you might see some seats here that are active and inactive, but we know that they want to be here. Something came up where they couldn't be here. So my tracks team, what we would do is, while our teachers are teaching Zoom on via the internet and such, our tracks team would be out there reaching out to the families, reaching out to the students. Infinite Campus is a way we identify where people live and addresses, but they also has phone numbers. So what's nice about here is we can contact with a text, contact the student, actually to the student if they have a cell phone. We give them that nice reminder saying, hey, I'd sure like to see you on Zoom. Within minutes, our attendance went from maybe 25% up to 85, 90, 100%. But what it is it's that reaching out. Of course, I can read off the sheet here. What we say is our quarterly awards. It may look like our attendance is a little lower right now this year. We know that by the end of 5 years, we want it to be 97%. Last year, prior to the pandemic, we were about 94 to 95%. That's not bad. Okay? And as we're looking at it even now,
It's 90% for
Right.
December.
for currently this December, so right now we're at 90%. And that says to me that when students, when they make that commitment to sign on to Zoom, and throughout the whole day, that's a nice thing to see, because they also, how would you say, those connections that we have with our students and families, guess what? It's reciprocal. They also feel that same way with us. So that's a good feeling. But also we have a multi-tier, the MTSS plan system. That's a wraparound. We talk about a family. Every member of our school reaches out to students. So any student walking through the front door, actually getting onto the bus, walking through the front door, finding their meals, going to their classroom, we have about 12 opportunities where an adult can interact with them. Not just meeting them on the bus or at the front door, but throughout the hallway. Every entrance corridor has an adult welcoming them, helping them, giving them direction, and supporting them that way. So that way, they can relay back to me is if there's something that you can tell, just the student looks a little different today, something's bothering them. I'm already walking through the classrooms, every classroom by 9 a.m., we can reach out to them. So by 9:30, we already can visit with home, checking in, and helping each other out that way. So that way they're having a great day. It lowers that chance of having a bad day at school. Guess what? We may start the morning off, but we certainly get back into it. Another thing here is tribal truancy and interventionists. What's nice here is we communicate very well with our staff here in our community at the school, or from the school to the tribe here. So we give proper, accurate information, and at the same time as we make sure that we go through, of course, our policies, what the expectations is, as we're explaining it to our families. That these are things we have set in place so we can help you out. But also attendance contracts. Sometimes those are looked at as a negative thing, but when we visit with the parents and families, they also know that my son or daughter, when they sign it, they're signing on it, but they give 3 reasons what's going to help them to be successful at school, show up daily and do their best. So it goes back to a communication with all of us, the school, the home, and the child.
Of course, we have goals to increase our proficiency on reading and math. It is a main focus in our school. And because we sent our kids out on March 13th and they finished the year remotely and with not the best plan in place, but the best we could make in a short while, they were missing some skills. So we did the NWA MAP, Measure of Academic Progress test with them in September and October, so we could see what key skills they were missing. And then each teacher looked at their curriculum and they said, from the year before, what is the main topics that they need to know? Let's start the year with those main topics. Let's try to get them caught up a little bit. And then we're going to move to the new grade level, and then we're going to scaffold and bridge underneath whatever they're missing. And I notice when I'm teaching my 8th grade that I have to bring in some 7th grade concepts and reteach those because they may not have gotten it last year. So we have a lot of help for us academically. Each student has intervention time. We have a nice iReady intervention program for both reading and math. The kids have to do 45 minutes each week. Even on remote, they're still working on those. We have a good curriculum in place for literacy. We have CKLA starting in our FACE program, and it goes up to 3rd grade. And 4th through 8th is using another rigorous program called Engage New York. For math, we have everybody in the same program. K through 8 is using Ready Math. So we have nice core content.
One thing we visit with students daily is the choices we make, as well as we're just glad you're here today. But at the same time, as when we as adults sometimes stumble and maybe make a mistake, it's okay for students to see us say to them, to share with them, I'm an imperfect person. I make mistakes too sometimes. I'm human. And that way they realize too that, hey, when I messed up the other day and I said something, when a student says this, it's, you know what, I said something the other day that I'm sorry about, Mr. Mint. I can listen to them, I can hear them, and I can say, you know what, we're human. Let's work through this, we can turn our day around. When we talk about our behavior referrals, decreased by 5% within 5 years. The first year that when we signed on, when my family signed on to the school, we really made that effort of not just looking for kids that are doing things that are wrong, but also seeing what's going right and focusing on that. And as students, we said, come through the door, we're greeting them, we're turning that day into this great sunshine rainbow. That rainbow extends into the next day, they carry it home. So as we say, student behavior, parent relationships, very key. Bullying prevention intervention. We all have the ability to identify when times where we struggle, but we don't admit that we're hurt by somebody who has more power, more authority. We can only say to ourselves sometimes, I'll get through this. When a student says that to us, Mr. Mint, I'm getting bullied at school, they go home and they talk about it with their family. Within that day, that 24 hours that I hear about it, we've already looked at it, addressed it, went through, of course, the data, watched video cameras, communicated with the family. We look for that immediate turnaround, not to punish the other person, but to get them to understand that something's bothering that person who would be considered a bully. Something's bothering them to the point where they have to lash out. So that's the way we look at it, is how we can get through some of these things and grow so that we all become students here. Not just the teachers or administrators, we're all students learning from each other. That's kind of as we're going through it. But also using this trauma-informed practices in both the classroom and online. That's where we say something that we went through. Of course, our children may be going through that same thing. Different timeline, different pandemic, but at the same time is how do we get through this in a good way together and let them know that we are imperfect human beings doing the best we can.
I'd like to recognize, I think that this is the best school board I've ever worked with, and I've been an educator for 30 years now. So I'd like to recognize our chairperson, Evelyn Eagle, vice chairperson, Tashina Helbert, and our other members, Tim Peters, Lolita Seaboy, Lisa Lauderhan. And we had a kind of a mix-up. We weren't sure who was our council person, but we're hoping for the next year that we'll have someone that can actually attend our meetings with us. I also want to state that we are fully accredited through the state of South Dakota and through the Oceti Shakopee COSA accreditation, and also through what used to be called Advanced Ed. They changed their name to Cognia. We are in a re-accreditation year, so this spring they're going to do a virtual accreditation both for COSA and for Cognia. So we picked some dates for that to happen. Also, our FACE program is accredited through the NAEYC, National Association for the Education of Young Children, and our after-school program and summer school program is accredited through the Council on Accreditation for After School. So.
I'd like to talk a little bit about successes, correct? Well, but let me start with also being thankful. So thank you each for the work that you do here, because we at their school feel their support that you give each and every day. You know, of course, what's written here is data, but some of those things you may not always see. So let me share some of these successes that we're grateful that what you do to help us to do these things, such as food deliveries. Now during the pandemic, this remote learning, daily, of course, making sure that they get enough food over the weekend. Some food deliveries, but also supplies that students need, parents need, to help them manage this time period. Weekly Zoom meetings for talk about our master schedule, but also with teachers. We talk about instruction packets, of course, dropped off through the buses, but also students and families know the full circle event here, that when they do the work, let's put it together back in the packet and maybe send it back on the bus. So it's one more form of communication. But one part here is how we open the school safely. This took clearly a team, letting the idea know between each of us as administrators, but also our leadership team, what it took. Communication with our council and our board members, of course. It's very thorough. We talk about that during the fall 2020. And of course, as we move into this next reopening, as we come into January here, what that looks like. So clear communications. Getting everyone on board. But those safety protocols, we know that when our students step on the bus, what it looks like, expectation for temperature-wise, any symptoms, just as we have the front door, or when they enter the school, how they're feeling. But that also, and it's not really stated on here, but a success we should talk about too, is helping them understand that fear factor, that coming to school, being at school, doing our best, we should also limit that thought of what fear should look like in our school. And I say this as an adult, as a professional, that we need to move past this, and I don't want to be on a how would you say, a grandstand talking about it, but these are things that our students manage, so let's learn from them as we do those proper protocols. But full kindergarten immersion for the first grade and kindergarten, looking at that ahead. OST, our after-school programs, thank you for giving us that support. We have students right now who are remote learning, and they get a packet of OST materials. They can be at home watching a Zoom after hours and going through these activities and taking a snapshot of their iPad or camera and sending it back to us to show us, give us that input of how much fun it was. I think recently they made the candy house, the gingerbread house, had a good time. And I know he sent along so much frosting, so much more they could use on be like a stucco house, but they enjoyed it. They had a really good time. How about our retention rate of teachers? Teachers show up daily. We expect them to do their job. And guess what? They excel at it. We talk about what it takes to recruit teachers. Many times it's word of mouth. when they get out there, they talk about how well they enjoy our school, what our school is doing well, how they are supported at the school. We recently, of course, have our Christmas party that took place at the casino. Those are things that when our teachers participate, it's really, truly that feeling of let's come together in a good way with each other and celebrate, bring our spouses, loved ones. Our English language and math curriculum are aligned. These are big feats, big events that as we move forward in it, how those two can work together, the language, of course the technical language, but adding Dakota in that too, how important that role is. On campus, our cultural fluency as well as language fluency classes are brought in from our local college, brought into our school. And if they need to be Zoomed in some way, they are and shared in that aspect too. But looking ahead, we've been successful at that for the last 3 years. We're going to continue that into this spring, a very good opportunity. Increased active engagement in both the physical and virtual classroom. It may be difficult in many places. The technology is there. Once again, we get past that fear factor saying, all right, we all know how to work through this. If you don't know, ask the school. We will get together with you on the phone and help parents through it. But that virtual part of it, as well as face-to-face, I won't kid you. It's meaningful to have our students on campus. You can see that immediate reaction, that light bulb moment. Whereas virtual on Zoom, you may not see that as a teacher, but guess what? We have to change the manner in which we communicate with them. Perhaps different avenues of how we view that, their understanding of the concept versus, I can't see you on Zoom, I just see your elbow, so you must not be learning. But we all know this group of students we have here are millennials growing up and growing into it. They get it. So we as adults, professionals, we better get it. Look at the Costa. Oh.
Couple more on the next page.
Trying to get out of this here. And have a good time doing it, by the way. So our teachers, of course, we talk about those relationships. During this time period, how are we reaching out to them? How are they understanding that we not only work, of course, from 8 o'clock until 4 when we clock in and clock out as a requirement. It's prior to those hours, after hours, meetings, texts, Zooms, phone calls. These are all allowable, and our teachers right away will answer their phone. And that's something that we don't necessarily mandate, but it's something that our teachers say that it matters. It matters to each student. But also, on-site or COVID testing. This is something that allows our teachers the opportunity to, if they feel as though their health is compromised, we ask them, of course, attendance-wise, our attendance might seem lower than what our goal should be because we talk about students in the matter of keeping safe. If you don't feel well, it's important to us that you stay home. But also teachers, let's find out where you're at, what it is that you're struggling with health-wise. If it's a matter of checking off different levels and areas, we can do a COVID test. It's the BINEX test, correct? So that's something that our school has been very, very blessed to have, sparingly. So we use it responsibly in that manner. Of course, we document with the state, we find the findings out and report those, but at the same time, it gives our teachers a snapshot of, at this moment, are you safe to be with each other and with our students? And that gives them that reassurance. In that moment, that snapshot, where they're at, and of course, if they would find themselves testing positive, let's be responsible on this. Let's let each other know as a school where we need to be. Luckily, once again, our school, we have the safety protocols. We do not have school spread as of November 20th when we took part in our remote learning. So that's a very safe factor that probably I haven't stated enough. But within our school, everyone has the buy-in. So when you enter our school, guest or a current employee, you have expectations of keeping our students and our other staff members safe.
I want to go through the focuses for this year, but I want to tell you that I want to share some information to what some other people, outside people, share with us. They come to our school and they see all the things we have in place, all the integral parts that make it successful, and they say, you could be a model school for how to have a successful school for Native American students. And that's what we're trying to build. So we're developing a model on Indigenous responsive schools, and part of our model is learning partnerships, or G-Daku Uspepi. Part of it is a learning community. He talked a lot about how we know We're a whole community, including our students and our staff and our parents and our community. So Wu'uspe Yuwitaya, and we, at the heart of everything we do, we bring Dakota into it. So we have Dakota content integration. All of our teachers are bringing Dakota in their classrooms. They're all learning enough to integrate it in. So we call that Wu'uspe Owas Dakota Ushpa Umpi. And then we're asking our teachers to be a self-reflecting educator. We are asking them to check their bias and see their perspective and their views compared to their students' perspective and views. We call that Wu'uspe Wichakia Hena Achichi Bedezapi. So we work on cultural responsive classroom management. We do almost everything from the positive side. We are a positive behavior intervention and support school, so we try to recognize, notice the positive before we have to do any correction. The theme is connection before correction. And then Dakota language, we're just all kinds of stuff. You should see our teachers developed Native American literature units, Dakota wherever they could find it, Lakota if they couldn't find it, otherwise other tribes were full of Native American lit. And we pulled units out and we placed those units in using the same kinds of skills with our own content. So when our kids read books, they hear about Native girls and Native boys and trials and tribulations that they go through. We have strong teachers. I just can't say enough about our teachers. A lot of them have been there many years, and they don't leave us. They stay year after year. They made that commitment. And we know we have a reputation for employees at our school have to work hard. I mean, almost every moment you walk in and you see people just working hard for the kids. But they have such good hearts and strong hearts, and they have kids in their hearts, so they're willing to put in that extra effort. And then it's our job as administration for them to know how much we appreciate all their efforts that they make on behalf of the kids and on behalf of the school. And so we do whatever we can. This afternoon today we bought Caesar's pizzas, and you can make your own, so it's our little lunch together. And then we have a social at 2, and we're having Christmas goodies and hot chocolate and teas and coffee with a bunch of delicious cream. So just those little things so that they know we appreciate all the efforts they make. And then I just want to finish by talking about some of our funding. We get little pieces of money wherever we can to try to support our overall school budget. We did submit for the 21st Century Grant last year for both the Bureau and the state of South Dakota. We won both of them, and we turned down the Bureau one because the South Dakota one was 5 years instead of 3 years, and it was $160,000 instead of $150,000. So we have a 5-year grant to support part of our after school and part of our summer school program. Our Title IV, we always just get a little under $25,000, and then Title VI it was $33,000 this year, and that supports part of one Dakota teacher's salary. They used to call this Striving Leaders for Literacy, but now it's called CLSD, and I expect to get a little more. Right now we got about $51,000 from them for 2 separate grants, but I expect them they usually give us an additional $30,000 for each. I did submit an immersion grant to the Bureau for $202,000 for this.
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota. It's 11 o'clock.
We should find out pretty soon because they expect to give the money in January. And then we got some focus and enhancement funds just recently. We got a little bit, and then we could apply for $53,000 more. So it's all those little pieces of money that we put together, and then we make a careful budget. we've been really using our CARES Act. We got 2 CARES Act funding. The first one, I think, was 152,000, and that's gone. And we have a little bit left of the other one. I think we have like 80,000 left of the other one, and 40,000 will have to go to pay for internet for our students through May. And then the rest will be on PPE, because we really go through a lot of masks. And we did dividers through our dining room and dividers where teachers work with students. So we have an amazing, safe school. And he's right, we're proud of the fact that we haven't had any COVID spread in our school. You know, we have had to send classes home, and we've had to, you know, put some students on quarantine, but nobody got COVID by working or going to school at Enemies Run, and we're proud of that. We kept everybody safe. And our return date is tentatively set for January 19th, as long as the data is still trending downward the way it is currently. And the school board will make the final decision on January 13th at that board meeting. Okay, that's all for our report, so if you guys have any questions for either one of us.
Go ahead, Iya Gapta. I'm going to turn the floor over to you for your questions or any comments.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm really impressed with all of our managers that come through. I'm really enjoying their presentations, and they're doing a really, really good job. And you guys always come in and you give detailed reports. I enjoy them. My question, Dr. Johnson came before council, and we as council made a motion resolution. Did we do it resolution form? Rejecting the president's budget cuts in our education department. So my question is, should that not go through and those budget cuts happen, how are you preparing for that, and how is that going to impact our
Well, we
students?
have a little time because that's the 23 budget. So we would have to look at what we have right now budgeted and what we think the cost would be, you know, in a few years. We're working on next year's budget right now, and we base it, we try to base it on 80% of the funding, but it's hard to build a budget on 80%. You need about 90%. We do have some money put away, so if push comes to shove, we have to find, you know, use some of that funding. It's really set aside for big major projects, like we buy our own buses, and this year we have a project that's almost completed for all new surveillance cameras and an intrusion system. It's like a $237,000 project. So our money that's set aside is for those major things, you know, and we were thinking that we needed another building so we could have immersion in a separate space, because we're always pushed for having enough classroom space, but we'd have to rely on that if that happened.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to turn the floor over to Haipa. The floor is yours for your questions or any comments.
Morning, Dr. Eastman.
Morning.
Say, you had mentioned certification through the state and through the Ochedi Shakoi. What is the certification through the state for? What does that cover?
It's called state accreditation for the school.
Okay.
All our teachers have teacher certification, but I was talking about the accreditation, state accreditation.
Okay. All right, thank you. Madam Secretary, does TZ have that same setup for accreditation through the state and through the Ochedi Shakoi, do you know?
No, they do not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Haipa. Any questions coming from? Oh, he's raising his hand again. Go ahead. Let us know.
This morning on the news, there are some lawmakers in D.C. that are going to be proposing a $305 billion coronavirus legislation for K-12 schools. And so I heard that this morning, so that could go back to what Lisa was talking about. If that was to go through, that type of funding could help that, help wherever that shortfall is. But I was thinking that as a tribe, since that's already out there and it's on the news, maybe we should be doing resolution or something to get to our lobbyist so that he can, go and see our congressional people that we support that. So that, maybe we could get a chunk of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Haipa. Anything else coming from the leadership? If not, any questions coming from our listeners out there on the Okay, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Hi, Dini. You submitted a letter to ask to be a part of the PRAMS, right?
To be a part of the what?
PRAMS program with the Walmart cards and all that. Didn't you send something?
Submit a request because we lost that $103,000 of program support from the tribe.
Right. Who do we contact? Who has that set up for you guys?
Deb Rumsa, our business manager.
Okay. That's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eastman. We appreciate everything at Tokanawa Tribal School. From your custodians, bus drivers, cooks, your teachers, on up to the office people, and the leadership over there for keeping our children safe and providing that good education for them. We appreciate it. Thank you. And right now we got Charnel with her report. I appreciate you coming in, and also too, just give you a heads up. Make sure your green light's on there on the podium. There's a hand sanitizer to keep everything clean and everybody protected. And when you're ready, I'm going to give you the floor on deck. After that, I see Devon ready for her report after you. Floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Morning, Tribal Council, and thank you for the opportunity to present our annual report to the Oyate today. So, my name is Charnel Gill, and I'm the director for the Early Childhood Intervention Program. We are located here at the Administration Building in Quad D in the SAPA quadrant. So, the Early Childhood Intervention Program is fully funded by the Bureau of Indian Education. We operate on a 3-year contract with the BIE, and currently our contract will run till September 30th of 2021. Our average budget every year that we receive is approximately $540,000. And we use a majority of that up every year, and we are allowed carryover from our budget for unexpended funds. Our funding is based on our previous year's numbers for children served on or near the Lake Traverse Reservation. Our staff consists of 6 tribal members and 1 non-tribal member. We have Tara Haug, who is our office manager. Rolanda Quinn is our receptionist file clerk. Lori Cloud and Elsie German are intervention and family liaison staff. Deborah Bernard is our tracking care professional, and Diane Rudolph is our assistant coordinator. So the goal of the Early Childhood Intervention Program is to locate, identify, and screen all children ages 0 to 5 for developmental delays and disabilities, and then refer those that are in need of further evaluation to the appropriate agencies to determine their eligibility for specialized services and interventions. So some of the services that we provide are extensive child find, public awareness activities, developmental screenings, and referrals for comprehensive evaluations for the provisions of the Individualized Family Services Plan, the IFSP, or the Individual Education Service Plan for an IEP. And we also provide monthly parent trainings. So some of our objectives are to reach the largest possible number of children who are at risk for developmental delays, to identify children who should receive more comprehensive evaluations, and to refer those children with delays or disabilities to the appropriate agencies for further assessment, and then to determine if they're eligible for state-funded services under the IFSP or IEP. We also assist the South Dakota Birth to 3 Connections and the local public schools in identifying and providing interventions for children that are found to be eligible for the IDEA special education services. We also support Head Start and Early Head Start programs and paraprofessionals in the area and providing supports and interventions for children that qualify for special education services. We also provide information to families regarding health and well-being of their children through flyers, social media, and other media resources. So the birth to 5 years of age, those are critical years of development for a child. And at ECIP, we're committed to making sure that the earliest possible interventions and supports for children with disabilities and developmental delays are made to the best of our abilities. With early intervention, we can enhance the development and reduce the effects of developmental delays for our children. So some of the changes that we've had with the pandemic, we've had limited to zero contact with child and families with our staff. Screenings are done over the phone or virtually. IFSP and IEP meetings are still attended by our staff, but those are done through the phone or virtually with the school systems, our Birth to 3. Our parent meetings are done monthly through Facebook Live with the assistance of Tom Wilson and KXSW, and we really appreciate their support in being able to reach our families at this time. Some of the highlights that we've had this past year, that even with the pandemic and limited contact, we've still been able to increase our numbers of children served. We have approximately 1,200 children in our database, and we've been able to reach out to over 800 children throughout the year. For ages 0 to 3, we've provided services to a little over 500 children within that age group alone. And for our ages 3 to 5, our funding for them is based on the number of children that are receiving services for developmental delays that are on IEPs, and that number for us this past year is at an all-time high of 68 children as of this month. Before, I think we would average between 40 and 50 children, so we've really increased that number. Pre-pandemic, our monthly parent meetings provided incentives to an average of 75 children every month. So with the pandemic and doing our meetings virtually, we've increased those numbers to approximately 225 children every month that are provided diaper incentives. So that number has tripled for us. So our costs for our diapers and wipes and laundry soap and books have gone up a lot. But with some of the cutbacks of activities that we haven't been able to do balances it out. Like our summer bash that we usually have, we didn't have that this year, and some of the other activities we usually do that are more community-based, we haven't been able to do those, so we've had some cost savings there. With the pandemic and working with the emergency management services, we've received a donation from the nonprofit organization Baby to Baby, that they're located in Los Angeles, California. We received 5 pallets of diapers, wipes, toys, and clothing for our children. And also with that large donation, it's enabled us to assist the DARE and the COVID teams with providing diapers and wipes to families that are in quarantine during this time. So that is the end of my report for the early childhood intervention. If anybody has any questions.
Thanks, Chanel. Any questions, comments coming from our leadership, from the council, the executives, if anything, coming from our membership that are listening live? If not, we appreciate you, Chanel, and all the things that you do for your program, doing out there in the community. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good job. I'm still waiting from leads from our ladies on leadership. When it's going to happen before the end of the day. At this time, I'm going to call on Devon Bershheim, Employee Training Service Center. Whenever you get a chance, I'm going to give you the floor.
Good morning, Tribal Council, and to the public out there listening. My name is Devon Bershheim. I'm the Director of Employment Training Program, the 447 Employment Assistance Service Center. What we do is provide families temporary assistance to needy families. That's our TANF program. And we also provide services for those that are needing employment through our work experience and our on-the-job training program. We also try to help retain employment for those that are struggling, that might need car repair or other types of services to keep their employment. Right now, we have 9 employees. Chris Heminger is our data specialist in childcare. Jasmine Bersheim is our case manager for youth services. Mark Wine is our case manager for adult and elderly services. Amy Wright does our TANF case management, and Sapphire Morales, she's our TANF admin. Bessie Janis is our office manager. Mary Bars does the classroom training, and Jay Lee Crawford does our GED program. I'll start with our adult work experience. We've provided 40 adults with work experience. This is planned scheduled learning and paid experience in a workplace for up to 12 weeks. Work experience provides participations with the opportunity to skill development and includes academic and occupational skill development. What we try to do with that is help them to gain employment, give them the experience to come to a job every day. They work on their soft skills, they work on their attendance, they work on all of our skills to help them be a good employee. And once that program is done, it's a 12-week program. Once that program is completed, then we're hoping that they can gain employment. Sometimes we transition them into on-the-job training. On-the-job training has had 5 people on the job training, which guarantees employment for those that are in the training program. And that's also a 12-week program. Mark Wine is heading up that portion of our program, and he does a really good job with case management. He also does the elder work experience. The elder, we've had 14 elders enrolled in our work experience program. And basically it's the same thing as our adult work experience, except we're placing them in jobs that they just want to work. You know, they don't want to be at home and be retired or whatever. And the youth experience, Jasmine has provided 36 youth with work experience. COVID did make that a little bit difficult to finish the program, so we moved them to the basic training program to finish that out. And that was with Mary. So Jasmine and Mary worked together under the basic training. So when they weren't able to work anymore, they were able to gain knowledge and skills through through computer and at home. And we were able to pay them that way. So that was nice that we were able to make that adjustment for them. Employment assistance, we've helped a total of 71 adults and 3 youth with employment assistance. This assistance helps with employment-related services, for example, car repair, employment-related clothing, moving expenses like first month's rent or deposit, gaming license, and gas. So the goal there is to help them retain their employment. They do have to be within the first 30 days of employment. I'm hoping to work on that to change that to a 90-day program, but that'll come once we start. What I really want to do, I'll go to our goals right now then, since I'm talking about it a little bit. But my goal for this year was to have a retreat and to work on our policies, our in-house policies, also work on our 3-year plan, work on our job descriptions, work on, what else did I have here? Update our job descriptions, a central filing system, and then get training for case management so we can better serve the people that are walking into our office. So that's my goal for this year. We didn't get to do that this year at all because of COVID, but we were still able to service a lot of people this year. We still did our best to continue to provide services for them. On the job training I talked about, that is guaranteed employment after a 6-week training program. Basically, our clients or our outside the employers will ask if we have any clients available for on-the-job training. We'll go through our client list, find out who those people are, and then they start on the program, and then they're guaranteed employment. And during this time, they will receive supportive services like I mentioned before, like the car repair and the clothing and licensing, all of that. Our basic training. So employment assistance, Mark has been doing that and Bessie has been doing that. We're talking about moving Jasmine into that position because Mark's caseload is pretty heavy, and with youth experience, it's kind of at a standstill. So we're going to move her into that and lessen Mark's workload. The classroom training is the GED, financial literacy, career pillars, and mindset, and basic computers. So basically, that's what we had our youth doing this year to finish out the summer youth program when they were unable to work and we had all the shutdowns. So that helped them, and it's a really good program. Mary does a pretty good job of trying to alter it to fit their needs. So it worked out good. Mary and Jay Lee worked this program. The program had 96 participants enrolled in GED during the reporting period. During this time, we had 4 participants receive their GED. The participation and success rate did decrease from the previous reporting period. The decrease is our completion rate is due to COVID pandemic. We've been trying to accommodate all our participants while keeping them and ourselves safe through this time. And a lot of the GED Pro testing areas had shut down, so we had to look for areas that would actually take them so they could be tested. We did get a few, we got 4 this year. The financial literacy program made it possible through a grant through Northwest Area Foundation, offered the participants to enroll in a savings challenge. The participants were encouraged to open up a savings account each week and make a deposit of $25. At the end of the 8-week challenge, deposits remained in their accounts without any withdrawals. They were rewarded with a match. During the COVID pandemic, we were able to match to students who completed that challenge. We had 48 participants in the Career Pillars Mindset and Basic Computers throughout the year. 43 participants came through the DARE completions. DARE was a program that came through the Trevor Weiss Chairman's Office to help the community through the COVID pandemic. We were able to provide that with completed online FEMA training with a completion incentive. Supportive services were provided to those who participated, included gas vouchers and food. The TANF numbers, the case fluctuate each month, probably around 5, up or down it could be. We helped a total of 216 children on TANF. 103 were under the relative caretaker providers, and 20 were single parents. Normally, the single parent families would have to participate in 20 hours of work experience, but since COVID, that requirement has been waived. So our single parent families that are on TANF, they don't have to work during this time, and normally they would have to do that. And I talked about our plans. This year, I want to work on our in-house policy, and also be updating our next 3-year plan. We just started this 3-year plan in 2019. But I want to work on that so that when time comes, we are ready for it. I want to thank you all for listening to my report, and that concludes it.
Any questions, comments coming from our leadership? Council? Okay. Madam Secretary.
I would just like to commend Devon. Since she's been in this position, she's been doing an excellent job and providing services to a lot more people than ever in the past that I know of.
Thank you.
And, also, can you explain a little bit, because you've helped a lot with the daycare project too.
Right.
If you could explain that. Thank you.
The daycare, the child care services?
Yes, child care developments.
Okay, so the Child Care Block Grant is underneath the 477 program, and basically we help child care services on the reservation. We help the daycare centers, home providers. We just started a relative caretaker program, which helped relatives who are already providing child care services for their relatives that weren't getting paid for it, but were eligible for the program. So that was really good. We ended up, I'm not sure, I didn't put it on my report how many we have, but we have a handful of those people that we help. And basically, they have to put in register through the state so that they're qualified to work with children. It's leaving my mind right now. The name, where they're qualified to work with the children. So basically, they work with the children, and the participants have to be eligible for the program. So they'll file, both the relative caretaker and the participant file applications to be eligible for that program. And we've helped a lot of families that way that had to keep their children home from school due to COVID or, for safety. So it's been a blessing for us, I think, and for those families. We also help, I also help with the child care budget in preparing it, and our employees that work at the daycare center, they have been unfortunately shut down. I'm hoping that we can talk about that one day soon, about reopening. They are ready to reopen. They have everything that they need necessary to reopen. I asked Courtney to contact all of the parents there that actually need childcare services, that are struggling, struggling with their work because they don't have daycare, and they don't have school. These are the kids that are 5 and under that are in Head Start, or 5 and under that are in Head Start or daycare. So she's calling those parents to find out how many we actually need so we can safely discuss opening that with you guys. We won't have a full daycare. For example, some of those kids that were in the Little Steps program are now under relative care. So they may not need to come back. So we wanted to just get those families that actually need to come back to help them to continue to work. And I'm so thankful for the new daycare because it's a real blessing. It's going to be beautiful. I know it is.
I'll turn the floor over to Iagapta.
So with our daycare, it kind of started out with the casinos.
What's that?
The daycare started out as a daycare for casino workers. Is there any thoughts or plans on how we can expand that? We're helping our tribal members who work all 3 shifts. Is there any?
I think we have enough room in the new daycare once that opens to be able to do that. Financially, I'm hoping that the new daycare helps offset that program support that we're getting from the tribe so that we can open it up to more kids. They do have to be eligible now, though, through the CCDF program. So every person that comes through the daycare center does have to come through the 447 program to file an application to ensure that they're qualified, because a lot of the dollars that we get have to go towards that. So the participants have to be eligible. The ones that are there now, they will be grandfathered in, but anything new will have to be eligible. But yeah, we would definitely look at something like that if it's feasible. Because that daycare is going to be amazing.
Okay, got a question coming from Lake Travis. Francis, when you're ready, I'll give the floor to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Devon, you talked about, you got somebody on your staff that does financial literacy and stuff.
Uh-huh.
When are they gonna start working with the construction internship program?
They do work with that. I didn't even mention that. She didn't mention that in her report, but they did do that with housing this year.
Yeah.
So they provided, I think they had 6 participants. They provided a training for them, and we're waiting on their computers, of course. I'm still waiting on mine since February, I think. But their incentive this year was to get a Chromebook so that they can start their business. But yeah, we do help with that every year with the housing.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me.
If there's no further questions coming from the council or executives, I appreciate your report. and
Thank you so
for
much.
coming in.
Merry Christmas.
And at this time, I'm going to call Mr. Gabe. Mr. Vice Chairman is trying to make a motion to deny, but I'm not under that request, and I appreciate your report. And whenever Gabe Compesca is ready, we'll be going into the Chios Bazina tribal school report.
Well, good morning, everybody. You all know who I am, and I'll try to speak a little louder. I think the video picks up pretty well. And we're pretty close to being on time, which is pretty awesome. Before I get started, I'd like to send my condolences and let people know that I've been praying for the pandemic that has affected our people and other surrounding tribes. It's a hard time. 2020 is a tough year. Also like to thank my school board and my staff, the teachers, students, and parents for helping us make this challenging year partially successful, in a sense, if you want to say it that way. It's pretty tough to talk in these masks. If I sound like I'm stuttering. I gave you a handout, just a real brief summary of, we have 113 employees. I gave you a little pie graph there of our percentages. We've gone up quite a bit. We actually have 71 tribal employees, so you can do your math. If you're good at math, you can figure the balance out. We do have, which is the first time in the history of our school, we do have all Native American administrators, which is very positive. I really believe that Native American children build positive relationships with Native American people. And I think that's always been if you want to say my vision, is that when we build relationships with kids and parents, it helps the school grow. I'm not going to spend too much time on the handout. It's just an informational piece. And part of our school improvement plan. We did change our mission statement this year. If you notice on the top there, we tried to make it more relevant to what we're trying to do culturally in our school. We do have 5 major goals, or actually 4 goals, and then we also have our strategic goal for the overall school year, actually till 2024. The school improvement plan is a 5-year process, and the BIE requires this under Title I, Part A, that we have to provide this information. We meet monthly with the school improvement team. We have 4 individuals who are on that team. We met with them this past Tuesday, and our goal is to focus on one emphasis of our school improvement plan. And our goal for this year is the social and emotional needs of our kids. We call it our ELT. It's an educational leadership team, which consists of all our supervisors and directors. We meet every week on Tuesday at 1:20, and we discuss everything that's going on in our school. We talk about those kids who are truant. We talk about the kids who are struggling at home socially. Let's face it, some of these kids are struggling socially at home. They're not around their friends. They're home all the time, now that we're in remote. Emotionally, we see a lot of things happening with kids emotionally. So our focus is how we can be creative to get these kids engaged during remote. So we talk about all that stuff. And it's an ongoing bullet point, talking point about engagement. Our truancy rate has gone up. According to the tribal code 380313, we are mandatory reporters, and we've filed close to 80 chins already this year. And what a chin is a child in need. It's by law. If a child misses more than 10 days in a quarter, we need to report it to the court system. So you're familiar with that. So it's been really challenging for some of our kids, socially and emotionally. So that's one of our priorities. We talk about it all the time. And we're still going to find out some solutions. And this pandemic has put a big stress on all our families, even some staff, and probably some of you also. But the last page talks a little bit about how many kids we have. Our school was built and designed for 400 kids, and we've surpassed that. And right now, our enrollment is down a little bit from last year, probably about 40 kids. And a lot of that has to do with COVID-19. But our enrollment, I see it increasing as this pandemic pushes through and out of here. Now that we got a vaccine coming in, and maybe that'll make things better. We've talked a lot about some of the things that we did at our school to help children and help families appreciate our school. And all of you, if you haven't been up there lately, but we have new lighting in our gym, makes it totally a different atmosphere. We have new bleachers, if you've seen our bleachers. We got lighting in the parking lot. We got a new HVAC system put in. So we did things in pertinence to COVID-19. We also started looking at a wellness center. Weight room we call it, but now we call it a wellness center. We ordered some equipment for staff and students for a wellness center. It helps stress. Walking, working out. If they want to just come and visit with some of the weightlifting coaches, that's all part of the wellness. So those are some of the highlights. Just a few things that I'd like to share with you. As you all know, as of November 23rd, we're on remote learning. Everything's remote. We were on a blended program where we had a group, Monday, Tuesday, Group A, Group B was Thursday, Friday, and then we had remote on Wednesday. We're doing the remote because of the spread of COVID-19 and the increases in percentages of the cases in our community and across the state. We hope to go back to our blended style of learning January 19th. That's our goal. We received a $100,000 grant for graduation retention and improving our graduation rate. Our graduation rate has averaged over the last 5 years about 38%. So this grant we're working with, we're going to try to get our graduation rate with our cohort of ninth graders to 70%. It's a 4-year grant. And we receive the $100,000 every year. We take them to colleges. We do a lot of online stuff. Of course, COVID-19 has put a little burden on that, but we spend a lot of time with our career counselor talking about college placement, Voltech schools, et cetera, and getting kids to graduate. We're also looking at the possibility of giving more scholarships. We're looking at pumping at least $3,000 or more into scholarships. I mean, $1,000 scholarships might not seem a lot, but when you're in college, $1,000 is a lot of money for some of these kids. So we're looking at using that scholarship through this cohort and through the freshman cohort and with this incentive-based scholarship is those children or students who graduate in the upper 10% of their class will get a monetary award of $1,200. These are just ideas, but it's real. We don't know the money numbers yet, but we have it budgeted. Everyone who graduates will get a monetary award of $500. So we're putting incentive-based things out there, and this grant allows us to do that. So we're trying to motivate kids to get an education and go on to college. We did put in for a $500,000 immersion grant with the Department of Education and the immersion program in Washington. Still haven't heard on that. That grant includes a building of our own for our immersion program. I invite you to come up and, once we get back into the blended learning, to come and check out our immersion program. It's really awesome to see these children who are trying to learn their language and keep it with them. And we have some really good staff members that work with that. We started this past year, we started a Grow Your Own program. What that is we took our local Native American students, our if you want to say paraeducators, who are working in our system. We started out with 5 local people who are Native American, tribal members, and we put them in a Grow Your Own program where we signed a contract with them that if they finish this program, they have to work for Teos Mazina for 5 years as a certified teacher. And unfortunately, we lost a couple due to academics. They do everything online. So we're trying to keep our people here. And we have another 5 more that we're going to work with this coming year to be a part of our school system. And the morale is very high with these young people. I say young, 20s and 30s. They're very young and very motivated. And so we're very excited about our Grow Your Own program. And this program is just something that our educational leadership team came up with to recruit and retain our people here. They're needed here. Some of the things that have happened this past year, we received $535,000 from the Governor's Emergency Relief Fund, which we use for technology. And part of that is being used for our Wi-Fi services. Our Wi-Fi services for our students from January till June is going to be about $85,000 to cover all the families. So that's part of we just finished with Venture and RC and ITC. I just got off the phone with them this past couple of days, and we're ready to go. We got all the information from Dr. Johnson's office. So we're excited about that. Received $1.2 million from the CARES monies. You're all familiar with that. And we used the majority of that for technical equipment, technology equipment, Chromebooks, iPads, Promethean boards, new camera system, anything that has to do with making our schools safe. So we pretty much spent all that, which is good. And it sounds like President Biden is going to give us some more money. So we had a wish list that came through the BIE. So we got a big wish list coming up here with them. For the first time in 15 years, we finally adjudicated all our employees. We were adamantly working with our files and staff and working with BIE. BIE is making it mandatory now that all your employees are adjudicated. And so we just finished that a couple of days ago. Our adjudicator was Arnold Williams, and he did a good job. We were on a provisional lunch program for the last 18 years, which was really challenging for our school. And so I fought and appealed it and provided information. Now we won our case, and now we're on what we call a community eligible program. It's called a CEP, so we don't have to go through all the red tape. So it's a win for us. So we're very excited about that. I guess I can go on and on, but I know we're on a time schedule. So I'm just kind of highlighting some of the important things that we feel that Teos Mazina is working toward. And we have a lot of visions and goals in mind. Number one, a new school. Put that in my report. I shared with the board last board meeting. We have our board meetings in the winter time at noon on Wednesdays in our boardroom. We did this because of safety. I don't like to see board members driving home at 10 o'clock at night when it's snowing and cold out. You might have a flat tire. So we moved them to noon, and they usually last a couple hours, and we've been going very well with those meetings. But I did share a plan with them on how to look at getting a bond, a building bond. And we're moving on it right now. And some of my numbers, just to share with you, to kind of wrap up my report here, and I guess, my visions and dreams of Tios Messina is building a $16.5 million high school sports complex, which would include 3 gyms, 1 for the Boys and Girls Club, and 1 for a practice facility, and asking Sarah Lincoln if she would be willing to be a part of our sports complex with a new fitness center. And if we can get a building bond based on dollars and how we can approach an investor, we're looking at probably about $60,000 a year as payback for 30 years. It's real, it's a reality. But we would need your help also. We could probably have over 1,000 kids in our school system, but we don't have room. And like I told my board, what a better way to invest in our community than investing in our kids by building a beautiful sports complex with an educational institution. It would be just a high school, but it would have a beautiful sports complex. And that would be a legacy for our community, that this building is highly teched, highly secure, and have it open to the community, and have our community be proud of something. And it's real. So I'll keep in touch with you, Council, on our progress of how we're doing the financials. And I've worked with Francis and some of those guys at housing, and so it's real. I'm looking at probably this coming fall to get this initiated, and crunching numbers and talking to finances and talking to Wells Fargo and Dakota Bank and some of these places. So, dream big. We are, and I think it's going to happen. Any questions?
Lake Travis, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And for council that isn't aware, last fall we had a meeting, and Gabe and his school board chair was in attendance of that meeting, and we shared the original blueprints that we had paid for with what was the name of that architectural company?
I think they're out of Shakopee.
ESGW. They had Lisa, I think you might have been working in the chairman's office back then when we dropped them in back in 11, 12. And they came up with some blueprints, and those are the ones that we talked about just recently with Dean Marski. So I emailed a copy of those plans to Dean, and they're going to start, looking at, see if they can modify them. And that was kind of something that we wanted to create, another arm under the housing to become a developer, for Gabe's situation, for the college. And I don't think Dr. Azure was, I don't think he was on staff then, but we wanted to create that, and Sarah Lincoln was in attendance of that meeting as well, and that's what we were looking at doing, was, probably doing something with the bonds again, because that's how Tios Messina was last built. The gymnasium, was bonds were sold. So that's, I just want to give, the community and the council a heads up on, the meeting that Gabe spoke of. But I have 3 questions, Gabe. The other thing to look at too would be, and I know the South Dakota Department of Tribal Relations is listening or watching our live feed here, and maybe that's something that, you reach out to that office to see what the process is to go after support from the governor. And I know a lot of people that are listening probably liking this comment, but we need to work together, for the future of our tribe and for the future of our kids. Put your personal differences aside. But the governor just funded a tech school, a high school for Pine Ridge, and that's up and running. And if we were to do the same thing here, that would also benefit our students and Dr. Azure with his college over there, because I know he offers carpentry over there. What else? Electrician, maybe some plumbing, future. So I mean, all that stuff would go hand in hand, with our students that are attending a tech school at the high school level, and then turn around and going to our college here. They'd have a hands up on that. So I mean, I just wanted to throw that out there, because I mean, I'm pretty sure that, that office, whatever an office that funded that, I think they're looking at future building as well. So the other thing I wanted to discuss was, just for the listeners and the viewers out there, because I know they're probably in the same situation, but I've been disciplining the crap out of my son because I get automated calls and text messages from your school saying my son was not in attendance. But I've been sitting there while he's on his laptop in his classroom, And now I finally, he's not being disciplined. His phone was taken away, his Xbox was taken away, all because of the automated system. So I did talk to, our ex officio, Curtis, and he kind of explained things. But can you explain that to our viewers and the people that are listening?
Well, again, it goes back to supervision, but some of our kids are pretty savvy when it comes to technology. I mean, I predict by 2030 we probably won't have humans teaching kids anymore. I mean, that's probably a bold prediction, but what happens is when kids log in with their classroom to Google, or if there's a Zoom session, if they don't log out and go to the next class, then they're counted absent. So what we've told people, and we've told our principals to tell parents that if there's a glitch, call the principal right away, or the attendance clerk, or myself, and we can correct that glitch, because that has happened where parents have said, I've seen him on, but he's counted absent. And it could be a glitch. You know how computers are. When your computer goes down or your cell phone goes down, how do you feel? It doesn't work. Well, just call us. You viewers out there, just give us a call. I know we're going to be on winter break for a couple of weeks, but once we get back up and running on January 4th, if there's an issue, call us. And same with you viewers out there, if you don't have Wi-Fi, call us. Let us know what's going on. We will help. We will assist you. And it's a new anomaly. This is different. And that's why it's so challenging. And we're willing to work with anybody, and every day is going to be different. And we understand that.
Thanks, Francis. Madam Secretary has a...
Mr. Chairman, I got one more.
Sorry about that.
Just one moment. So the only last question, Gabe, is your school improvement goals. Are those something that that you guys took upon yourselves as administration, or is this school improvement goals created, the school improvement team created because of VIE testing and reports and stuff? Are they requiring that as well, or is that something that you're doing as administration?
What we did last year, when I got put in this position last year, we were kind of lost in this school improvement process and strategic goals, so we really worked on this. This is all from staff and looking at some of our records. Reading and math are some of the achievement scores that BI looks at. So we're focusing on those classes, and we have to be realistic with our goals. We can say, well, our kids will raise their scores 30%. Well, that's unrealistic, especially now with COVID. But those are all grassroots, and part of Title I-A, Title I-B. We have to provide the BIE what we're doing so that our kids are being successful. And we got some kudos from our last BIE webinar about our achievement scores in reading. Achievement 3000, it's part of a resource that we use for help kids with reading, and some of their Lexile levels have gone way up. We've had students that raised their Lexile levels 150 points, which is totally awesome, and some 4 or 5 points, but that's part of this whole goal, or all these goals.
All right, thank you.
Academic
Thank you, Gabe. And then I just have one more comment, not a question, a comment that I want to state. You as administration, or if your school board is listening, I want to praise and recommend that one of your staff up there should be recognized for going above and beyond his contractual agreement with Teospa School Board, and that's Mr. Simonovsky. He called my son every day while my son had COVID-19 to check on him, and I know that's something he didn't have to do. But I really appreciated that, and that is something that you see where your teachers actually do care about their students, and that man does care about his students.
Doc.
So I want to give that man my thanks for doing what he did for my son, and maybe he did it with other students. More than likely he did, but that man, he deserves some type of appreciation from your administration.
Thank you. I'll let him know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Francis. I'm going to give the floor over to Madam Secretary.
Good morning, Superintendent. Realizing that you have a obligation to file chins, and then hearing that almost 80 chins were filed, and also realizing that a lot of students come from unstructured environments, or maybe there's no supervision due to parents working. Is there any type of intervention, or does staff reach out to them to assist them to see why they're not logging in and why they're not getting their homework done? Because that's an awful lot of chins to find.
Yes. Yes, we at our last board meeting, I had all the people from the M team and the administration provide information. I didn't bring it with me, but all the interventions that they do with each child, whether it be a home visit from a counselor, phone call, text message, a letter, teachers through Google Classroom, Zooms. Yes, we do a lot of interventions, and but the key component of this is we're proactive. This is not a negative for us. This is trying to get parents involved. I know that it deals with the court and everything, but at our last session in court, we want parents to know that we're here. They just got to reach out to us. And we know that there probably isn't somebody at home monitoring because parents have to work. Those are some of the challenges we talked about last spring. But yes, we're very flexible. And we want parents to know that this isn't the end of the world. This is letting you know that work with us. And if a parent does call in and say, well, I have some excuses for these days, we say bring them in and we'll take you off the chin list. We're very flexible. We're very, very supportive.
Thank you. And also, is there any leniency given due to we are in a pandemic?
Pardon? I can't hear you.
Is there any leniency due to the pandemic?
Well, we're flexible. Yes, we're very flexible, but we have to follow law. This is a law. It's like I said, it's 38.
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota. It's 12 o'clock.
If we don't report it and it's the law, we're violating tribal law. We're just following the law. Yeah, it's on. Testing.
All right, Madam Secretary, she turned off her mic, so that she.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to give it over to Haipa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two issues. Morning, Gabe. I'm going off of Madam Secretary about the chins. I think single parents, they're working. I think us making them go to court, it's going to be like we're punishing them. I think there's got to be a different way we can address this where they don't have that feeling like they're being punished. And that law, that's from us here at council. We could change that so that we could help the parents and the school. That'd be up to us to make that change so that these parents don't feel like they're penalized, even though they're working and trying as hard as they can. But that's going to come back to council here to change that. The other issue I have, Mr. Chairman, is the reading and math. When I worked at tribal school and Gabe was the principal in the elementary, we seen this reading and math problem then. For some reason, we're not moving in those two areas. They'll do maths, they'll do science, social studies, everything else. But for some reason, we have problem in math and reading. So if any more funding comes down, I would like us to purchase whatever is necessary to help them in those two areas. Because when we used to have meetings with the elders and those kushis and gunners would bring their tokoja, they would say those things are good, science and those other things, but what they really wanted their kids to get was math and reading. Those were the two things that they wanted them to have. To them, that was the most important. So I think if any more funding comes, we purchase any kind of equipment that's needed so that we could help them more. Because you got a classroom with 20, 25, and 5 or 6 are making it, well then, to me, we're not doing like what we should. So I would just like to see that, because when I worked for Gabe in the past, we saw that then. And now we're still struggling with it. So however, whatever we can do, Mr. Kopeska, would be good that we can help our kids so that when they leave the TZ and they get to our college, they could read at that level that's necessary so that they can succeed. And that's taking it back to Francis's issue about the technical and all that. They have to read. They also have to know numbers in order to progress. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Junie Rundell, representing Haipa. I'm going to turn the floor over to Tokunawa. Show has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to express just a few concerns or little advice. I have 6 of them in my household that are on tablets, iPads, and your whole house, my whole living room is a classroom, because you can hear it all over, teachers all over. And I know that we have to really work hard with our children, especially if they're, to educate them. But when, I just wanted to give an example, a true example of it does exist. I have death in my family twice. And when we want to go or be here, it's true in the household, that somebody's got to be there monitoring them, and they're on all different hours. And then back on. It's treated like actual school in your home. But the reason why I'm saying this is just to kind of share the difficulties, maybe as parents, single parents, that these things do exist. Yeah, I was kind of worried about privacy too in your own home, because you want to clean up too, but you don't want to be loud and disrupt. The other thing is, I've been on Enemy Swim School Board for 12 years. I was there when we built the school up there. And we were doing a training. And a lot of our kids are hands-on in math, like what he's talking about. They're all a lot of them, majority of them are hands-on, not book learners. They lose something when they're trying to learn out of a book. And we found out the best way is some of them are hands-on. You got to teach with different kinds of skills. And they could retain that information better. And so I'm really a believer in that. It's not that they lack anything, it's just that we're built that way as Native Americans. We're hands-on. You show me how to do it, and I'll remember it. But I just wanted to share that because of the math issue. Some of them get that they call it, when they're going to do a test, it's just like they get a freezer, everything gets blocked, just like you're taking a driver's test or any kind of other test. But a lot of our children are hands-on. So those are one of the things that I wanted to share when I was on a school board. I remember that, that is true. You show them and use different kinds of tools, to teach them different ways of activities, implementing it. They'll learn faster and they retain that. But I just wanted to share my thoughts on those.
Thank you.
Okay,
In relationship to the Chins, Haipa, one of the things that when we work with the truancy officer and the court and the judge and some of the behavioral health people is that we're looking at, again, I'll refer back to when I first started, the social emotional part of children, is that we'd like to see behavioral health work with us to get some of these kids some therapy, because it might be trauma. We don't know. But something triggers that, and if these kids, if we have services for these kids in our community, this could change. And this is a discussion we had about therapy. And I think that that's something we need to look at as a tribe and a community, is that how are we helping our kids? How are we helping our teenagers? What do we have for them as far as resources and infrastructure to help them become successful citizens? So keep that in mind as we go into the next few years, is that those are our future, and that's the most vulnerable age, is middle school and junior high and high school, when they're teenagers. And if we could get some type of a community support program, that would be awesome. We're willing to support that.
Yeah, I got that.
I just want to add to the truancy issue, because we heard from how it overwhelms our court system too, right now during this pandemic. And if we were to do something like that to alleviate, these stresses during this time, because there's a lot of different factors to why this is happening, it would just be a temporary waiver, maybe, or something. We would have to give it legal and make sure we're going to cover that correctly. But I do agree with Madam Secretary and with JR that we probably should take a look at that. And I understand where the school's coming from with the responsibility, but also here, some households do have a lot of children, and it's hard, and they have to work. So I think if we do that together, we got to keep that in mind, that it not just affects the household, the school, but also our court system, that right now we're short-staffed in. And they have, and some of that's due to the COVID and high risk, and they don't have a full staff and can't operate like that. And we're missing staff. We have to do new hire there. So if we can get with legal and maybe sit down and entertain this idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lisa Jackson, representing the Yagapta district. And at this time, if there's no further questions or comments coming from our leadership, we are 12 minutes past noon. And I know I have people waiting because we have lunch boxes waiting. At this time, I want to go into a break because I don't want any of you guys seeing black dots. That we need to have nourishment. You want to do college real quick? Yeah. Sorry about those guys waiting out there, but real quick, Dr. Azure, he said 7 minutes. He could get it done.
Thank you so much, and be safe, be healthy.
And just a reminder, when Dr. Azure is setting up at 12:30. Iapaha for our radio station that's live streaming, that we're going to have some doctors going to go online to kind of talk about the vaccines that are going to be coming up, that's going to be coming through the system Wapton Oyate, and some other issues that are going to be coming up. So stick around for that. Dr. Azure, 7 minutes.
Amataki api. Do I squirt a little bit on there too? I noticed he was kind of getting real close to it. No, I'm just kidding.
For your spitters out there.
Just so you know, we've had some problems with that port, so I'm just watching it on. Okay, that is.
First of all, let me say thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today, and also I know it's lunchtime, so I'm going to appreciate your time and make sure that I'm done within the 10 minutes that I said that I was going to do. Have Russ is going to go around and give you guys a gift on behalf of Sisseton Wahpeton College, who I'm here representing today. So the first thing that I just want to share is the mission statement has been changed since I started in November of 2019. The board approved this mission changed in 2020 in February, and the mission statement is kind of what we're doing as an institution. And so the one that we had was a little dated. And then according to the Higher Learning Commission, who is our accrediting body, it's vital that we have an evolving working mission statement. And so I put this together in hopes that the Board of Trustees would approve it, and it really does a good job of representing who we are and what we're doing currently at Sisseton Wahpeton College. I'm not going to read through them all. You guys have this presentation, I believe. If not, I'll make sure you get a copy of it. As well as the vision statement, and the vision statement kind of portrays where it is that we want to go and how we're going to get there. And that's okay for us to be a little bit lofty in terms of you know, we're going to be the greatest tribal college in the world. And I say that in our staff meetings, in our executive meetings. I really do mean that. And I think that's what we need for our college, is for it to be top of the line. And that's what I want, and that's what we want for Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate. And you notice that we do put culture, language, preservation, revitalization as this is, you know, this is a foundation of our college, and we don't overlook it. And it's very, very, very important. And I should also mention too that in my time in tribal colleges and universities and working in Indian education, as well as just working as a heavy equipment operator on reservations, it's always been language, you know, because my dad spoke his language, went to boarding schools all of his life. Language has been something that has been important to me all my life. And when I came here and I started walking the halls of Sisseton Wahpeton College, and I started, you know, last time I was here, I had Joey Bird come up, and he shared in the language. And that to me is so awesome. It sends the chills up and down my spine. You know, right now when I'm standing here just talking about it, does it? And that's what we need for our community and for our people, is to have that passion for our language and our culture, and to learn it. And you know, I heard Chairman Hopkins talking yesterday. I listened to this yesterday, talking about the elder that said that we need to learn our language, and Jeremy as well. And it's great to be able to see young folks talking the language. It just blows me away. Anyway, if I continue to talk like that, I won't get done in 10 minutes. Board of Trustees, in your book, it has William LaRoche. I don't know how that got past me, but it's Bill LaRock, Chairman, Tom Wilson, Vice Chairman, Kay Bersham, Jan Redwing, Lorraine Russo, Michelle Wana, Lynn Halbert, and Winfield Rondell as our ex officio. And I think it's important for everybody to know who our Board of Trustees are at Sisseton Wahpeton College, because they're the ones that oversee me and make sure that I'm on the right path. So it's very important that you all know who these guys are. You can't really see this, but also when I took over, we had an organizational change, and I'll show how that works. Before, in the past, it was more the president than the vice president of academics, and then the vice president pretty much overlooked everything. And I didn't feel that was an equitable way of running the organization. Rather, it would be more appropriate for the president underneath the Board of Trustees to run the four executives the way that we have it right now, and that is the Dean of Academics, the Dean of Student Services, the Dean of Institutional Research and Sponsored Programs, and the Chief Executive, or the Chief Financial Officer, and then the programs that fall underneath them. This is our administration. Mrs. Rhonda Labatt is our Chief Financial Officer. Dr. Frank Arpon, Dean of Academics. Mr. Vincent Owen, Dean of Student Services, and Mr. Scott Morgan is the Dean of Institutional Research and Sponsored Programs. And And again, just so you understand what my idea was to make sure that we had an equitable placement for our executive team, and that the Dean of Student Services, who when I got here, was kind of, I don't know how you want to call it, but their role wasn't really that significant. And why that's so important, that the Dean of Student Services role is significant and equitable, is because we want our college to be a student-centered college, not a staff-centered college. We're not there for ourselves, we're there for the students. And that's the bottom line. If we don't have students, we don't have a job. We don't have an organization. So we want to make this, and that's another thing about me being here, is relationship building. I want us to be inviting, and I want all students from our community to come to school at Sisseton-Wahpeton College, if at all feasible. So we want to make sure that we're bending over backwards, we're doing everything we possibly can to make our institution inviting and welcoming to our students. And then not only that, but make sure we're doing our job and providing a quality education, so that when our students leave, they're ready to go and enroll anywhere, or they're ready to hit the workforce running. So that's vital. The other thing that's important is to know who our staff and faculty are. If you look at the demographics of our staff, we have 36 staff, 25 of whom are Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate. There's 3 that are from other tribes, and then 8 that are non-native. And then as we go across the board on the faculty, we have 8 full-time faculty, 4 of whom are Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate. And then our adjunct staff, we have 12, 5 of whom are Sisseton-Wahpeton Oyate. So this is a great thing, you know, because how many employees does this college employ from this community? We employ a lot. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Azure. We got Francis from Lake Traverse.
I just have one question, Mr. Azure. Under adjunct, you got 12 staff, but you only got 11 people there. Where's the other one?
Oh, I should have told you that there's going to be a little bit of error, because it was kind of an estimation. My human resource director wasn't there at the time, and I was kind of going off some of the numbers that I had available to me. So even though I have a degree in math, sometimes it might show that I'm trying to cut corners a little bit with those numbers. Good observation, though. We could use tutors in math. You know. So the state of education basically boils down to who we are. We started in 1979. In about 1990, we were first accredited. Back in March of 2019 or 2020, we went totally online because of the pandemic. This is not something that we were prepared for. I don't think many people were. We have online software, but we definitely were only using our online programming, which is called Moodle, for like grade books or for attendance keeping. It wasn't something that they were using for actually delivery of their instruction. So it was a very challenging time for our faculty, but they pulled it off. And we ended the semester, but it was also a challenging time for our students. And we did lose some, but the government did provide us with some funding so that we could give them emergency help, computers if we had to, internet if we had to. So whatever it was that they needed, we wanted to make sure that we were there for them to provide that extra little boost. Like I say, we were unfortunate and we did lose a few students, not many, but for the most part, we completed the semester with a pretty good percentage of our students completing. We went into the summer totally online, and we did have an increase in numbers both in the spring as well as in the fall. Oh, I'm sorry, but in the summer. And we had a successful summer. And then when the fall started, we started with a model that's a hybrid model called the HighFlex. And that is, I wanted to make sure that our students were going to have a structured schedule. It wasn't going to be something where we were going to rely on self-discipline, because you know, I've been there before too, and doing online courses, sometimes we have a tendency that, well, you know, I think I'm just going to put that off because I don't need to be there anyway, and I'll just put it off. And that happens, you know, and we as students, we as humans, we're going to try to procrastinate if at all possible. So I wanted to make sure that we had structured times on every specific day. And then the HighFlex model says that me as an instructor, I'm going to be in front of you face-to-face no matter what. That is either online, which is through Zoom, or I'm going to do it, you know, right in the class. And then a lot of our students, you know, they took advantage of that. They said, okay, well, I want to be on campus, so they were there. Other students said, well, you know, I just as soon stay at home. And then as time progressed through the fall, that kind of dwindled down, that there ended up being more people on Zoom than there was actually face-to-face. But that's okay, because that's what we gave them that opportunity to do. And then what it boils down to is, you know, when COVID started increasing, then it became more and more challenging. So then we kind of followed suit with what you guys were doing, and we went ahead and just said, no, don't report to school anymore. Just do it online or do it Zoom. And that's what took place. And so we finished the semester. Our numbers were better than expected, but at the same aspect, they weren't as good as we hoped that they would be. So we're done with the semester now, and we're going to go into the spring of 2020, and we have also started enrolling students early. We've already got about 60 students that are registered for the spring of 2021. In the fall of 2019, when I first got here, we weren't registering students early. We were waiting until the last minute. And that, to me, doesn't make any sense. Another thing about the college and how it's changed is we are also offering night classes where we weren't offering those in the past, just for real specific classes. So, these are the numbers that we have for the spring of 2020, summer of 2020, and the fall of 2020. If you look at the total enrollment versus the number of Indian students that we have, and that is our bread and butter, Indian student count. We get paid a certain amount of money for each one of our credits that we have, what Native Americans take these classes. And it doesn't distinguish here whether or not you're SWO or if you are just another federally recognized tribal member. So I just put those down there. But you can see that in the spring of 2020, we had 162 students, 129 of who, or 130 who were some form of Native American, and then non-Indian students were 32. As we went into the fall semester, that number dwindled about approximately 30 students. And then if you'll notice, the non-native population of our students also dwindled about that equal number. So that's something that for analysis we kind of take a look at and say, well, why is that? You know, and our basketball program kind of took a little hit too because of the pandemic. So there's a good chance that some of our students were you know, both men's and women's teams were traveling in. So that might have a, you know, just a cursory analysis might tell us that's the reason why our non-Indian numbers lowered. I don't know if you're able to see that in here, but the numbers start from the left. Those bars, spring, summer, and fall, and they go all the way over, and it starts in 2013 all the way over to the present time. And you can see there's a red line there, and it's called a linear regression line. And what that does, and this isn't real statistically significant, but what that does is when that line is sloping from the upper left to the lower right of your graph, that tells you that this trend is continuing, which means our enrollment has been dropping since 2013. So this is one of the things that came to my attention as soon as I got here. That's what I wanted to see, is what does our enrollment look like historically? And so we've changed that slightly, but you know, you can't fix everything overnight. And so what we're doing is we're doing indirectly, we're creating programs that are going to change that graph so that instead of it going from the upper left to the lower right, it's going to go in the opposite direction, which is going to give it a positive growth, which means now our numbers are increasing. And you guys have seen a little bit about this the last time I presented with you, the projection of how we're going to do this. And so I'm just going to go to this next graph right here, and this breaks down per district, which is also kind of, when you look at the numbers of, you know, the largest districts we have, and the total number of students that are enrolled in the college from each one of our districts, it makes sense how this is graphically represented. But what I wanted to say is the new programs that we have available right now, and that is in-house scholarships that we're doing. Some of the funding that's available to us through COVID we're using to assist students in cost of attendance relief scholarship. And what that does is that basically pays their tuition, and the students can qualify for this if they're applying for their financial aid. They have to apply for financial aid in order for this to take effect. The other thing is, and I've talked about this with you too, is the student debt forgiveness. If you went to school at Sisseton Wahpeton sometime in the past, there's a good chance that you might have developed a debt. And what happens if that debt gets to be over $1,000, the college will not allow you to register. They will not allow you to get your official transcript. So there's a lot of things that ends up that, man, I went to school for 1 or 2 semesters and now I'm done because I ended up with a bill and I can't afford to pay for it, so I'll never go to school there again. We can't have that, you know. So what we're doing now is we're looking at debt relief and then cost of attendance relief scholarships. And so that, let's get that debt taken care of, let's apply for a scholarship, and then the other important thing is FAFSA. We've got to make sure that we're applying for every financial aid mechanism that's available to us, because that's going to put money in our pocket. And that's going to make it a lot more successful, because not only is school stressful, the academics is stressful, but paying bills is stressful. And for a student that has all these other things going on, they might have a family at home or whatever, we can't have them worrying about finances. So if we can take care of that for them, then all they have to worry about is making sure that they get good grades. And so what we have in higher ed is what we call a persistent rate, and that is when a student enrolls in the fall, are they continuing to enroll in the spring and in the fall and in the spring, so that when they complete their 2 years, they've went 4 semesters. The other thing is called a retention rate, is the same student enrolling in the fall of 2019, also enrolling in the fall of 2020. Our retention and persistence rates are very low at Sisseton Wahpeton College. We need to increase that. When we increase that, what we end up with is higher graduation rates, and that's what it's all about. We want to make sure that our students are successful from the time that they walk through the door until they leave that campus at the end of their educational career at Sisseton Wahpeton College, whether or not it's a certificate program or if it's a degree program. So now there's other programs that we're also looking at right now. There's some grants that have opened up. One is called the NACTEP, Native American Career Technical Education programs. That's a very lucrative grant that we have never had at Sisseton Wahpeton College, but we're going to get it this time, with the grace of God's help. And what that's going to do is that's going to support those that are going into career and technical education. And how that the programs that we're looking at is when you enroll as a student, you look at the light at the end of the tunnel. And for some of us, we look at that light as being a long ways away. And it's just like, I can't do this because it's too far. I need to make money, I need to do this, I need to do that. Whatever it happens to be, life is more important than getting to the end of that tunnel right now. So what we want to do is we want to shorten that distance between when we start to the end of the tunnel. So if we can start creating programs that are set up more like a modular based, where we have a 3 to 4 month program that says that I got my electrical certificate, I got my plumbing certificate, I got my carpentry certificate, and then students are more apt to look at it and say, you know what, I did this 3 months like it was nothing to it. I'm going to do another 3 months and I'm going to get this certificate. And so that, but not only that, we have funding available for you. So we're trying to do things kind of indirectly that is going to support our students and create a more successful environment so that our persistence and our retention rates go up. The relationship with the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, the relationship with the high school that was just in here and the high school down the road. Hey, go to Sisseton Wahpeton College because they have great programs for you. This is our college and this is where we want you to go. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with going off to SDSU or Watertown or whatever, but we still want you to start here and get a taste of it. Find out what it's about, learn the culture, and then when you've got your legs underneath you, then do it. But we're also working on four-year degree programs. 2 of them are in the box and they're just about ready to hit send for approval through the Higher Learning Commission, and the other 2 will be probably completed this coming semester. And then with any, again, you know, but for the grace of God, hopefully these programs become successful and we end up with 4-year degree programs, and that's just going to basically prime the pump. And then from that point, the sky is the limit. Eh? Just kidding. But that's it.
Any questions or comments coming from council? They're hungry. There's no questions. They're hungry. I appreciate Dr. Larson from your staff, everything that you're providing our adult students over at our Sisseton Wahpeton College. I appreciate you. And also to your board of directors and everybody involved of providing that education. And also too, I want to say congratulations to Bill O'Rourke, winner of the Sisseton Wahpeton College Fish Ice House.
No way!
So yeah, on your board, yeah. Geez, on your board member too. Now he could watch those. I know he's a long-time golfer. He can watch those reruns of golf shows in his ice shack, in his ice house, when he fishes on the Anderson Lake. Hey. But with that, I think there's a lot of people who are still waiting out there. Like I said before, I don't want anybody to see black dots. But at this time, I'm going to call on Pastor Nippy from the Old Agency District to say a blessing over the food, and we can come back and we got at 1 o'clock. We got Dora Jones on the homeless shelter, and after her, we got Courtney from the Little Steps Daycare. With that, Nippy, go ahead.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, again, we thank you for this day that you blessed us with. We thank you for the reports that were given this morning, Lord, all the managers, some very informational reports and very uplifting. But today, Lord, we just ask that you be with our elders, all those that are shut in at this time, those in the hospitals. Watch over each and every one. And today, Lord, we just come to you and we ask your blessing upon the food as nourishment for our bodies, and we ask that you bless the hands that have prepared it and be with us throughout the rest of this day. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, we're just waiting for the technical difficulties, and we will show that Q&A with the epidemiological question and A with Nick Hill and Dr. O'Connell coming up here shortly. As soon as they get the technical difficulties, we will show that Q&A live right here. So don't go nowhere. We will are waiting for that patiently. So congratulations, Bill LaRock, winner of the Ice Fish House at the Sister Wampton College, raffled off today. I'd like to thank everyone for purchasing tickets for that. As they take lunch break here at the General Council. And the should be starting soon, the COVID-19 vaccine Q&A. So we're just waiting for that, and we'll get that up and going as soon as we get the feed. Speaking of feed, I hope you're all enjoying a nice warm meal this afternoon. Condolences going out to all those being laid to rest today and this past week and last week. Mask up. Stay a distance from each other. The holiday season is coming up, so wear your mask. And be careful. Be extra cautious. And coming up Monday, Santa's going to make his rounds again Monday night. So watch Facebook, listen to the radio. We'll let you know where and when Santa will be in your area. So that is Monday. So he's just planning his route. So we're working with Santa to get the route set. And we don't know how many communities or areas we will reach that night, but we'll get as many as we can. Still waiting for that live feed to start. The Q&A with Dr. Hill, Nick Hill, and Dr. O'Connell. So we are waiting for that. As the live feed is still being worked on. And we will air as much as we can until the General Council starts back up about 1 o'clock-ish. So it's 17 minutes to 1 right now. So hopefully we can get majority of it in. Also, we do have Ella Robertson and her company are looking for gift wrap tape and volunteers for the tour drive for the SWO kids. They'll be meeting at the facilities garage at 1 o'clock to sort and wrap. If you are interested to donate or like to donate or volunteer, head on over to the facilities garage, which I believe is located by the fitness center. So toys have been donated by the Great Plains Marine Corps and University Foundation, Duversity Foundation. Patsy Seaboy put in the request, and due to the illness that Ella will be heading that up. So if you want to volunteer, or if you have tape or gift wrap you want to donate, head on over to the maintenance garage, which is located across the street from the fitness center. So that is happening at 1 o'clock. If you have time, head on over there. And wow, we do have a meal here. So we're still waiting for that Q&A with Nick Hill and Dr. O'Connell, the Q&A with the vaccine. That is coming up. We're waiting for the live stream to get going, and we will get the feed going as soon as we get it. So I will be talking, and thanks for listening to KXSW 89.9 FM. If you're listening on the radio, if you're watching on the SWO Tribal Council YouTube channel, thanks for watching. And if you're watching on the Ventured Channel 390, thanks for tuning in. So we will be broadcasting that COVID-19 vaccine Q&A as soon as they get it up and going. There's always some technical difficulties everywhere. It's life. So we are waiting for that. And I'm just waiting for them to go live, and we'll put that right out there. Once again, congratulations to the winner of the SWO Fish Ice House, Bill LaRock. They were saying in here that he doesn't even fish. So congratulations to Bill, and thank you to everyone who bought tickets for that. It is a really nice fish house. Once again, they need volunteers over at the maintenance building that's located across the street from the fitness center. If you have tape, gift wrap, or if you want to help volunteer wrap, not the singing kind of wrap, but the actual wrapping of the gifts, head on over there. But I will have a microphone there if you want to wrap. And when you're done, you can drop the mic because it's an old one. So head on over to the maintenance garage. It's across the road, across the street, actually, from the fitness center. And they're meeting there at 1 o'clock, which is about 12 minutes from now. And it's a beautiful day to wrap gifts. Not songs, gifts. Leanne Eastman here, she almost tried to tear the mic away from me when she said, I can rap. Give me a beat. So we are waiting for that feed from the Q&A of the vaccine with Nick Hill. He's an epidemiologist, and Dr. O'Connell. So that is coming up. As soon as we get that live feed, we'll get it out to you. But we don't know how long we will air that due to the General Counsel coming back on. And Leanne and I are going to sing some songs. Some Christmas carols. And I think her favorite song is Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Oh, it's cold outside. She wants to, so she's going to sing that one. And lucky, I brought my guitar with me, so I actually brought my piano too, so we'll She said it's a little slow. Whoop. So I think we're going live here. The video is up and going, but I guess we don't have the feed. So we'll be back.
Local library, but you couldn't check them out because they get greasy and they didn't want that. But you could go in and make Xerox copies of the pages that you needed. Then you can go out of the library and use those few pages to make the work get done on the car. So essentially, this is like what's happening in the cell. The library is the nucleus of the cell. The books and the manuals are DNA. They're Xerox copies. It's like the messenger RNA. Most important point, as soon as the copy is made, it goes out to a different place outside the nucleus of the cell. That never goes back into the library. It's only a one-way deal. So again, a small messenger RNA copy is a blueprint from the DNA of the nucleus of the cell. It doesn't change the DNA, just like a copy from a book doesn't change the book. The book remains protected. Next page, please. Okay, so now about the messenger RNA vaccine, now that we know about the messenger RNA. This is a picture of what messenger RNA vaccine does. It contains small copies of the COVID-19's virus code. Those are made in the laboratory under clean, careful conditions. In production, you get the vial with containing the messenger RNA. The result is you want to be able to present that to the immune system. So what happens is that it gets injected into the muscle cells, but it does not and cannot pass into the purple nucleus that you see in the middle of this page, in this picture, that's where the DNA is inside there. In fact, the cell knows what to do with that messenger RNA when it enters there. See this little green spaghetti-like structure with there's some beads on it there, right beneath the purple nucleus there. That's where the messenger RNA goes, and only there. It ends up at those bead sites. Those are called ribosomes, and they knit together the proteins there. And the protein they make is the spike protein, and only the spike protein for the COVID-19 virus. I'll show you what happens next in the next picture. So then what happens is the cells that make the spike proteins are recognized by an immune system cell called a macrophage. It's that black cell that you see on the left there. And its job is to seek out foreign proteins, and it engulfs them, and then it presents them in a very specialized way to other parts of the immune system. And then those cells grow and divide. Eventually, after about a week after inoculation, they start making antibodies. And antibodies are to specifically the spike proteins. And all of this process is like a silver bullet method to generate antibodies, and specific ones that we know are only responsible and are specifically responsible for removing the virus from the body. The person is now considered immune, and because COVID-19 is something that our bodies haven't seen before, we administer a second dose of the vaccine 3 or 4 weeks later, and that fully educates the immune system to know for sure this has to be responded to. And then the messenger RNA itself doesn't hang around long. It actually, and neither do the spike proteins. And so it's a very quick process, and then it's gone. I'll show you the next picture of the full series of the vaccination next. Okay, so what happens is, as I said, vaccine is given in the upper arm, it goes into muscle cells, goes into the small spaghetti-like structure with the beads on it. The proteins are made in the beads, and then it's impossible for it to enter the purple nucleus where your DNA remains highly privileged and protected. Then the protein, spike protein specifically, is made, and then that's presented to the immune system, which then generates the antibodies, providing immunity and protection. Meanwhile, that messenger RNA is quickly degraded in the cells as non-harmful sugar bases and phosphates. Is just what that is, what our DNA and RNA is. Cell knows how to deal with those. Those are broken down, excreted, and removed from the body. I want to give you one more example before I finish with this question. Do you remember when Ford and GM were making ventilators for the country? Their engineers took pieces of code or instructions, the instruction manual for ventilators. They adjusted their production lines, and they started making them. And that's what's happening here. Ford and GM still can make excellent cars. Nothing's changed with the instructions for making cars. They're still going to be able to go back and do that, but they just got some extra instructions to put into their production line to making ventilators. That's what's happening here in a nutshell. We're making spike proteins. They don't exist for very long, and we get immunity without the disease. And that pretty much is how messenger RNA vaccine works. Thanks.
Wow. That was a good summary. Dr. Hill, Nick, I have just a question, because a lot of people, you know, they've been talking about the messenger RNA. Is that different than the normal, how they normally make a vaccine?
Yes, it is different from the way they normally make vaccines. It's important to know that. A lot of times what happens is a normal vaccine is comprised of a whole germ or a piece of a germ that you then inject into the body, and the immune system directly responds to that. In fact, there are some vaccines coming, like the AstraZeneca vaccine later, or other vaccines that are used by Russia and China, for example. They use a whole virus that has spike proteins already on the surface, and they'll inject that. We're not saying that these messenger RNA vaccines do that at all. What they're doing is they're giving the code so that the cell, in fact, can make those spike proteins. And when the cell makes the spike proteins, it's more of a silver bullet process. So in other words, with the whole virus, you're going to create a whole range of different types of antibodies, even ones that are not important for responding and clearing the virus in the body. The messenger RNA vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna, essentially are just making only the specific proteins that the antibodies will respond to that we know clear the virus from the body. and no more other types.
Good. We ready for our next question? I guess one of the big questions a lot of people are asking is how effective is this vaccine and how long are you protected after you get the vaccine?
I'm going to ask for Megan's help with this one, but I want to just basically state that the effectiveness has been examined, and it's between 94 and 95% effective for both Pfizer and Moderna. Maybe, Megan, if you could maybe share more medical information that you have and thank you.
Yeah, so we're primarily focusing on the 2 mRNA vaccines, as Nick mentioned, the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, and those have been shown to be very effective. The Pfizer vaccine, as everybody knows, probably was approved last week and is now shipping out across the United States, and people are receiving that vaccine. And yesterday, the Moderna vaccine was recommended for approval by the FDA committee that reviews the safety and efficacy of medicines and will likely be approved and shipped in the next few days. And they're both extremely effective. Unfortunately, we don't know yet how long you're protected for, just because coronavirus hasn't been around that long. So we can't know if somebody's protected for years, because we haven't even had coronavirus for years circulating within the population. Some vaccines, as we know, work for a very long time, and you can get pretty much lifelong protection. Other ones, like the flu vaccine, have more to do with how quickly the virus changes and can kind of trick our immune system into looking like something it's never seen before. So we're still learning. We're hoping that the coronavirus vaccine will be long lasting, but we really don't know yet. And as more and more people get vaccinated and more time has passed with the people that have been vaccinated, we'll learn more about how long the protection lasts, and if we'll need just 2 shots and we're good for life, or if it's something that we'll have to do more frequently.
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connell. That was a good answer. I think that cleared up a lot of things. The next question that we have has been, I think, a large concern with this vaccine is how is it developed so quickly when regular vaccines typically can take years? How is this one ready now?
I think that's a great question, and it's one we get a lot, and it's actually one I had myself, even as a physician. We don't necessarily know all the production processes that vaccines go through in med school, so I had to learn myself how this worked, because prior to the coronavirus vaccine, the fastest the world had ever made a vaccine was 4 years for the mumps. So we've gone from 4 years to really less than a year, so it's quite an incredible achievement. But the coronavirus vaccines are going through the standard process. It's just sped up. So they are still tested to make sure they're safe and that they work or that they're efficacious, just like all other vaccines. There have been no indications that any corners have been cut in that process. We've just been able to speed it up. And I really break it down into 3 ways. So the first way they were able to speed it up was we were able to combine old knowledge and new knowledge to kind of make these vaccines more quickly. So the old knowledge was information that we'd learned from previous pandemics, like the SARS pandemic earlier in this century, which was not nearly as widespread, but involved a virus that is similar enough to this one that we could use bench science knowledge that we'd learned from that to help us develop the coronavirus vaccines. We've also developed new methods of vaccines, like the mRNA vaccines, that can be made more quickly. So that also sped up the process. The second thing that helped speed up the process was the amount of people involved. And what I mean by that is the number of scientists involved throughout the world that are all working on different parts of this vaccine, the number of people involved in making the vaccine. So just, putting them together in factories, the number the large number of people that graciously volunteered to participate in the trials to make sure they worked. And unfortunately, because there's so much coronavirus circulating in the community, that actually speeds up the vaccine trials, because they can tell more quickly if they're working or not, because so many people are being exposed. And the third way that we were able to speed this up really has to do with governmental support in a variety of ways. Some of that is funding. Obviously, they need money to do this, or at least the promise that governments will buy the vaccines. And so because the companies kind of had that assurance from governments really around the world, not just our own, the vaccine companies were able to start manufacturing the vaccines while they were testing them. So usually they would wait and test and make sure that their vaccine was approved until they started figuring out how they were going to ship it and make it in factories. They did that all at the same time, so that, like we saw with the Pfizer vaccine, as soon as it was approved within the United States, they could ship it basically immediately, because they'd already been making millions of doses and had the trucks ready to go and the freezers ready to go, so that they could ship it right away, so there was no delay. And other sort of delays that maybe sound a little more boring, but can stretch out the process, things like administrative delays, making sure that the committees are meeting right away to review the data, and that everything is going quickly and on pace, also helps speed up the process. But all the steps were followed. It was just kind of a worldwide effort to make sure that it went as quickly as possible.
Thank you. You know, this is a side note question I was going to ask just now. Is like, do you think with this, the way this vaccine was created so quickly, that the future we could get other vaccines if there was anything else to come up this fast?
That's also a good question. And I've had that thought myself, like, well, if we can do this, can't we get a vaccine for, you know, even a new disease, or maybe even some of the older diseases that we've known well and have struggled to get vaccines for, like, for example, HIV. There are some aspects to the coronavirus that, in my understanding, make it maybe a little bit easier than some others, say like a flu virus, to make vaccines. But I do think it maybe should spur us to feel empowered that we can do this if we really all work together to do it, is kind of the way I see it. If we really put our minds to it, look what we're able to do. And maybe that same spirit and effort could be used to create vaccines that have eluded us till now, like I said, like an HIV vaccine, for example, or in the future, if something like this were to happen again.
I agree, and I'll just add that I think we really need to support these messenger RNA vaccines. Every way that we can look at these, they look like the winnable solution. And medical research that supports having created them was actually coming out of some of this research with messenger RNA vaccines for cancer. And we may see incredible arrays of treatments coming for hard to treat infectious diseases, genetic diseases, chronic diseases, and much, much more. Really excited that this technology has now been brought to the forefront.
Wow. So I have a question. So the mRNA vaccine, is this the first one that's been created?
Yes, so this is not necessarily the first one that's been created, but the first one that's been approved for use to prevent an infectious disease in humans. Okay. So it's a newer technology. As Nick kind of mentioned briefly earlier, our previous vaccines used a variety of ways to introduce our bodies to a weakened form of the virus, so that maybe by killing a virus and then injecting it so that it can't make us sick, but our bodies can still recognize it as a virus, or even taking a little part of it. So there's a lot of different ways we've used before to get immune and in our vaccines. So this is a new way in terms of it's really, and Nick will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, but the way I think about it is almost like it's a very specific part of the virus. it is in the virus, or it's kind of a very specific part of the virus. From that sense, it's not new because we've had similar vaccines that just take a part and inject it. But the part that they're injecting, then our body uses to make a part of the virus. So that's what's new. But if we were infected with coronavirus, we'd still get mRNA inside of us. So it's still, but it's just a very special part of the virus, and we're using our own body to help make this little protein that we can then recognize in our immune system and attack it, so that when we see the coronavirus in the future, we're like, oh, we know that that's not supposed to be here. We're going to attack it and get rid of it. I don't know if you have anything to add, Nick, about that.
I think that was really well said. Sometimes people think, well, because this is new, maybe it hasn't been real studied or something like that, and they were concerned about long-term effects and things like that. But again, simplicity is usually a good thing. When a virus infects the body, it infects multiple different cell types and organs, and the immune system has to undergo a very complex response to get rid of that virus and extricate or remove its invading RNA or DNA into our own cells. And sometimes those cells actually oftentimes have to be destroyed and turned over, and we feel sick because of that. But this is more of the single silver bullet approach to be able to do exactly what you said there, Dr. O'Connell. The spike protein is produced, the immunity occurs, based upon it being new technology, yes, but the effects need to be based on some logic and likelihood. The possibility of long-term effects increase with complexity of how something works. Again, in comparison, this messenger RNA vaccine is rather specific and rather actually quite simple in the way in which it works in our body. So I think that's a good thing, and much better than getting the actual disease, as I had tried to allude to there.
Definitely. Okay, so the next question was, what are the side effects of the vaccine? And is it recommended for people with underlying health conditions?
Good question. So, of course, I have to preface this. If you have specific health questions, you should definitely talk to your doctor. So I'm going to be speaking generally. But as Nick mentioned, so far, the vaccine has been shown to be very, very safe and and be able to be used in a large range of people, which is great because, as we know, people that have underlying conditions are really at risk of getting very sick with COVID-19 and even dying. So those are the people we really want to protect by getting the vaccines ourselves and giving the vaccine to those people who have underlying conditions. There are some special cases where we need to be cautious. Right now, the biggest one has to do with allergies. If people have severe allergies where you've had your throat close up, and maybe need to carry an EpiPen or had a serious reaction to a vaccine in the past, it may not be appropriate for you to receive a coronavirus vaccine right now. And really that has more to do with we're just being extra careful to make sure that everybody's safe to take it. In terms of side effects, there are a number of side effects, and you may have felt these side effects with other vaccines. Like the flu vaccine, sometimes people feel bad after they get that, or the shingles vaccine, I've heard it can make you feel bad. I haven't had that one myself, but that's one that people often complain about. Just like any other vaccine, the most common side effects are kind of pain or swelling in your arm just from getting a shot, just like if you got punched in the arm. You can have a little reaction there and it can be sore. That's by far the most common. Most of the other things that people might feel would be something like a headache, or feeling tired or fatigued, or maybe body aches. And all of those are completely normal. It's actually a sign that the vaccine is working because those types of symptoms are really caused by your own body. So they're not caused by the virus or the mRNA or anything in the vaccine. It's caused by your own immune system mounting that response and going, hey, what is this thing that I don't recognize? Let's kill it. And it goes and it makes antibodies and it increases your temperature to try to kill this virus. And it's really your immune system kicking into high gear. So those are actually normal and to some extent good. If you don't have them, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean the vaccine didn't work. It's everybody's different. But they're a sign that the vaccine that your body might be responding in an appropriate way. You should not, however, experience symptoms like a cough that lots of people experience with COVID. That wouldn't be caused by getting the vaccine, because when your body's immune response is responding, it doesn't make you cough. And because the vaccines that are being developed cannot give you COVID, if you had something like that, it would be for a different reason. Say you caught COVID somewhere else, or you have a cold or something like that. So we really expect those symptoms that have to do with your immune response, like body aches, fevers, or the sore arm where you get the shot. And all of those are expected and totally normal. And most people get over them, in a day or two without any need for any sort of treatment or anything. Their body just does, clears the foreign invader that you got from the shot, and then goes on.
Thank you. So I think that was probably the one thing that that I learned about the vaccine, is that when you react like that, because you hear a lot of people, even like with the flu vaccine, will say, I got so sick and I'm never going to do that again. And thinking that it was from the vaccine itself. And what you just said is that it's actually from our own body building up that immunity, in our body's response to the vaccine, not the vaccine itself. And I think that's real important for people to understand and know. So if someone had a flu vaccine and they responded that way, they had a real physical, because I hear that, I'm not going to get a flu vaccine ever again because I got so sick. Do you think that would be similar? Do you think that same kind of individual would then respond to this COVID-19 vaccine the same way?
Can I take a shot at that, please? Okay. I have heard a lot of instances where people will wait to get their influenza. We'll talk about the flu shot. At the point in which influenza is widely circulating, one thing we've learned about respiratory diseases, they're so infectious. So if they go in to get their flu shot and they're sitting by a dozen other people in a very, in a clinic or something like that, or just, in other settings, whatever they might be, people can still get exposed to the real virus and get the full disease. And that could happen before or shortly after that vaccine is given. And a person will, because it takes about a week for antibodies to develop, the virus beats it to the chase. A person can get sick, experience full sickness, and thinking and associating because of time that they got that disease from the shot. What Dr. O'Connell did mention is that those side effects should be relatively mild. But if you're laid up in bed because of, fever and cough and other things like that, you probably had something else, and it was just time associated. So I think it's really important to dispel the myth that, we can get the disease from these shots. They're not capable of giving you the disease, but you can feel a little bit tired. You can definitely feel a little bit feverish afterwards. That should be interpreted as, okay, that's an acceptable response. That's a healthy immune response that's going to prevent you from further being hospitalized or something like that. And the vaccines are excellent at preventing serious disease, a little less effective at preventing maybe a short-lived mild disease after you get exposed to a lot of virus, let's say, especially in that time frame where the antibodies are building. And we still don't know with the messenger RNA vaccines if individuals could potentially harbor a silent asymptomatic infection even after they've been vaccinated and still maybe be able to transmit it for a very short period of time. That possibility exists. That's why we're saying still wear your masks even after having received the COVID-19 vaccination. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we covered all the bases there. Thank you.
And sorry, I just wanted to jump off what Nick said. I think and just to be clear, I guess, the reason it's confusing is because it's the same process that makes you have some of the symptoms, right? If I get body aches and fever and, kind of feeling tired when I have the flu, that's my body's response to the flu that's giving me those symptoms. So similarly, I might feel those when I have the flu shot, but again, I shouldn't have the cough and the other symptoms that might go along with the flu. And so that's why it can be confusing, because it can kind of feel the same, because it's the same process, but it's the process of your body attacking the foreign invader, whether it's from a vaccine or from a virus. But luckily, from the vaccine, you can't actually get sick. You can't get infected with the virus. You won't get the cough and shortness of breath from a COVID vaccine, for example, that you could actually get with COVID. You wouldn't ever need oxygen, for example, from catching COVID from a vaccine, because you cannot catch COVID from the vaccines.
Okay, so we have a few more minutes, and I think I stole Diana's question. So I'm going to go ahead and have Gypsy ask her question, the question that she had, and then Diana, I'm going to let you do a free-for-all question at the end, and then we'll finish up.
Well, there were a couple of online from the Facebook Live questions, so maybe I think I'll ask one of those ones. Let's see. The vaccine, it is, I want to make sure I ask it correctly to others. If you do contract, will the vaccine protect against transmission to others if you do contract an asymptomatic case after vaccination? And then why I'm wearing the mask is still important.
I think I did touch on that one. And, the answer, of course, is we'll find out. That data is coming in. We don't know exactly for certain, probably because we know that you're going to generate a large number of specifically antibodies and cell types that remove the virus, that there's going to be a great degree of protection against transmission to others. We don't know in every circumstance and in every person. So as a result, while we're waiting for that information and data, you should still wear your mask in public. You should still take the public health recommendations and precautions seriously, follow those, and then we will find out. It's always a good measure to follow good public health recommendations. Let's just follow them a little longer, and then keep abreast of all of the information that's coming out as we're as studies are showing, for sure.
Do we have time for one more?
Thank you. Yeah, I have one. So you guys have made it real clear that the vaccine works by triggering an immune response. So is there any concern for immune suppressed individuals who want to receive the vaccine? Would they be a good candidate for that?
So I think there's so many immune diseases or autoimmune diseases. Obviously, we can't speak to any specific one. Generally speaking, for a vaccine of this kind, where you can't, there's no way to get the disease from the vaccine, they can be used in people with autoimmune diseases. And obviously we want to be very careful with that. And we're learning more as we go along. So people with autoimmune diseases often fall into a very difficult category, because we want to give them immunity because they're at higher risk. And so they need that, but they also have issues with their immune system. So the short version is, I think you should talk to your doctor if you have an autoimmune disease about your particular disease and how the vaccine might impact you. But again, the important thing to know from these particular vaccines is that you can't get the disease from the shots themselves, and that often is a concern with people with autoimmune diseases, that there are certain types of vaccines that is possible, but these are not them.
And I think I'd like to add that the research is becoming clear that viruses themselves can be a trigger for autoimmune diseases. So the idea that certain viral infections, enterovirus, Coxsackie, and others, we're seeing in the data, in the epidemiological data, associations with type 1 diabetes and lupus and celiac disease and many other autoimmune diseases. And so we have to remember at the end of the day what the true enemy is, and that is we need to fight against these viruses that are crippling society. These messenger RNA vaccines do not cause these types of infections that, as I said, those viruses do integrate into our cells' DNA. They do disrupt processes, and they do create a massive immune response, which in some rare instances, you can have friendly fire resulting in autoimmune diseases. We don't know all the basis for autoimmune diseases. I'm not claiming viruses alone, but they are definitely a core component. And these types of new messenger RNA vaccines are an answer that I think can really help us in the future combat these and other types of conditions like this.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on something Nick mentioned that I think is important to remember. Anytime when we make a decision about our health, it can seem confusing about what we're kind of choosing between. And I think vaccines are really confusing because you're like, I'm healthy. I don't, why do I need this? Why would I want to take the risk? But especially in the context of a global pandemic with widespread coronavirus throughout all of our communities, and frankly, no signs that things are slowing down. They're just increasing within the United States. The choice is really weighing between the risk and benefits of getting vaccinated versus the risks and possible benefits of getting coronavirus, right? And having this virus maintained in our communities, potentially getting sick yourself or a loved one getting sick. It's not just getting a shot or not getting shot. And if I don't get a shot, nothing happens. It's I get a shot and maybe take a little bit of risk. I think the vaccines have been shown to be very safe and effective, but it's true. They're not without risk. That's definitely true. I think the risk is pretty low, but they're not risk-free. But not getting a vaccine is also not risk-free because we're all putting ourselves at risk with the potential of being infected with coronavirus, infecting others, getting hospitalized, and thousands of people are dying every day. And so it's really weighing the risks and benefits of each choice.
And just remember too that people with chronic conditions and autoimmune diseases and so forth, catching that coronavirus 19 could exacerbate all of that and more. And so, if the choice is between a vaccine that has a very high safety profile and saying, well, I'll just take my chances if I get the virus, I think it's pretty clear to me at least which choice I would make. I would take the virus. I would take the vaccine. Sorry, talking too fast, faster than I'm thinking.
It sounds like there was another question that came up. I don't know, Diana, if you can see it in the chat. There's a...
I see a question about how someone can get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So I can talk about that real briefly. As everybody knows, there's been one vaccine so far approved for emergency use within the United States. We're probably on the brink of having another one in the next couple of days, but those supplies are extremely limited. And so there is a national plan on who should get vaccinated as more and more vaccines become available, because unfortunately there just aren't enough for everybody right now. And so they had the ACIP, which makes recommendations about all vaccines, coronavirus or not, the ones we give our children and take ourselves, they give all the recommendations, had a process over months preparing for this to try to figure out how to give out the vaccines equitably and make sure they're doing the most good while we have very few of them. And so the very first ones, the ones that are everybody that's getting vaccinated right now is a healthcare worker or or lives in a long-term care facility. After that group is vaccinated and more vaccines become available, it'll move on to essential workers and elderly people, people with chronic conditions, so people that are at high risk of exposure and or at high risk of complications, and slowly roll out over time. So I'm sure as more and more vaccines become available, there'll be lots of public announcements about who can get it. Right now, it's just very, very limited in who can get it. So keep your eyes open for that. And also, if you have specific questions about your situation, like, do I qualify as someone who gets it earlier for a chronic condition I have, definitely contact your doctor's office and let them know you have questions and that you want to be notified when it becomes available for you.
Okay, so there was another question that came on and asked, can someone with COPD get vaccinated?
So not knowing anyone's personal situation, the short answer is yes. The vaccine has very few contraindications. So a contraindication in medicine just means don't give it to these people or don't give it to anybody that has these issues. And it's very short for these vaccines, as Nick was saying, I think, because there's really, I think there's 10 ingredients, which really isn't a lot. There's way more in Oreo cookies. So there are very, very few ingredients. And so they're very safe for lots of groups, including people that have COPD and really need to be protected from this respiratory virus. So again, it's hard to answer for anyone's particular situation, but the vaccine has been approved for use in honestly nearly everyone. We're being very careful about people with allergies right now to previous vaccines or people that have had an anaphylactic reaction to anything. But other than that, I think you should definitely talk to your doctor.
All right, we are coming back to the council.
And for the program manager, Dora, I know she's been excused, so whenever you're ready, I'm going to give the floor to you. Our listening audiences we're going to be going on live now. So when you get to the mic, remember there's some wipes there to sanitize the pulpit up there. And make sure the mic is on green, and make sure you speak clear because we have a listening audience out there. And after you, Dr. Chanku, then Leah. Go ahead, Billy, whenever you're ready. And Billy's going to be, this for the listening audience, Billy is going to be giving the homeless shelter report for this afternoon. Go ahead, Billy.
Hamadakyapi, Billy Kipo, Imakyapi, Franklin Gawanita, Iwichakyapi, Dicker Lake, Edwati, Sisitan, Ed Imachage. I am a resident assistant over at the Wachia Teepee Shelter. I'm filling in for Dora Ortega, which is on a funeral leave this afternoon. I'm going to be doing the report. Our staff information is we have Dora Ortega as program manager, Billy Keeble, resident assistant, Harvey Crawford through the ET demo, Harvey Crawford Jr. through the ET demo. The program summary and responsibilities this is our mission for the Wachia Teepee Shelter: to restore the basic integrity and dignity of the Dakota values of each individual who passes through our doors by opening a shelter and developing a plan to enable them to regain their social, physical, and emotional and spiritual values. This year has been a rough year for everyone. COVID-19 has sure put a lot of stress on us all. The shelter has taken all necessary precautions to keep all clients safe. There are no visitors for the clients due to the pandemic. Masks are required for the clients, along with washing their hands and social distancing. We pray for our community and hope everyone is safe and stays healthy. Here are some of our program needs that we're looking for: the grant help. It would be nice to achieve this goal. We would be able to expand. The hardest part of my job is turning away people in need because there's no room. A larger facility. Expanding is something I will be working on in the future. Also, some furniture. The upgrade, the electrical system, plumbing, and ventilation. The shelter needs to be renovated. The building is very old, it's such as as it was the prior tribal building. Some of the accomplishments that I have been a witness to, and some of the things that I've seen going on while I've been there as well, the transitioning. This year we have had 42 success stories, a huge difference in the previous years. These clients are still doing great today, which makes me proud to be a part of this program. The donations have been coming in to the shelter from various places. People have been really bringing in food and everything and helping out with this program. Also networking with other tribal programs. I have been working with ET Demo and the Career Center in Sisseton, so the residents leave with as much employment and financial literacy as possible. Networking with state agencies such as South Dakota Housing Homeless Consortium. Our goals and objectives for 2021 is to be able to do our own drug/PBT testing within the shelter. Also apply for 501c3. Apply for our own grants, and to do all major repairs needed such as windows, doors, locks, new roof, clean the ventilation system, and any other upgrades needed to continue our program as a safe and healthy place to live. And more trainings for staff such as CPR, medication distribution, PBT and drug testing, and mental health. The services that we provide over at Wachia TP include temporary residence for homeless individuals and their families. The length of stay is determined by the individual's case plan. Maximum stay will be up to 90 days from the arrival date and completion of intake orientation. This year, we needed to offer extensions due to the pandemic. It has been difficult for residents to find employment and housing. Referrals to the MSPI. If someone feels they need to counseling and assessment, outpatient treatment, or any other services, we will do our best to find all resources possible. Employment resources. We have a variety of employment applications on hand. We also fax applications upon request. We offer an open door policy for all residents to come talk about issues they may encounter, such as conflict with any other residents. All conflict complaints will be taken seriously and corrected in a timely manner. Additional comments. I would like to thank our community for all the generous donations of clothes, shoes, jackets, toys, food. Everyone at the shelter appreciates the donations, the support, and the encouragement to move forward in their lives. The shelter gives them a foundation, even if it's just temporary. The shelter is a program we offer compassion, support, and encouragement. We ask that the community be more involved. Begin by volunteering your time. A beading class, Dakota language class. Show off your skills, pass on your knowledge, begin a support group. All these things can and will help someone become a role model themselves. Last but not least, I would like to thank all staff, current, past, and volunteers for all their dedication, insight, supporting our clients and each other and the team we have developed. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Billy, for stepping in for Dora at the last minute. So if there's any questions or comments coming from council or executives, the floor is open. Thanks, Billy. With that, I'm going to be calling on to Dr. Dinah Changku. And whenever you're ready, make sure you're sanitized up there. And I'll give the floor over to you whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Diana Changku. I'm the director of the Child Support Program. I won't read through all of the information in the report, but the important things I want to point out are, for the first time in the program's history, we collected over $1 million. That's over $1 million that went out to all the, children of our tribal members. And so that's a great accomplishment. And I wanted to say thank you to our staff for all they did to achieve this goal. We set this goal several years ago and we got close, real close, a couple of times, but we finally did it this year.
Awesome, Dinah. We appreciate that.
Very
Well,
happy.
I almost heard a lady from these ladies, almost.
And then one of the other goals we had set for ourselves was to reduce the amount of outstanding arrears because we do carry a large balance. It's really tough sometimes to, when people get a job, they'll quit as soon as we catch up with them so they don't have to pay child support. So we've had a large balance out there for a while, but this year we were able to reduce that by over 300,000. This number that I included in the packet was not the final number. I'm still waiting to get that, but that was a pretty accurate number. There's still more that we've reduced it by, so that's another goal that I'm really happy that we achieved. We have a couple of issues that are really concerning because of the pandemic. One of the things that we're dealing with is the process server is uncomfortable with having to go to people's homes to serve papers because they don't know who's, got COVID and who doesn't. And so I drafted a brief little section and emailed it to all of you requesting an amendment to Chapter 21 for the process service section. And that it's happening across all jurisdictions in the United States where they're allowing first-class mail, email, electronic messages, that type of thing for service because initial service is usually in person. And right now that's just dangerous. And so I'm requesting that, council look at what I proposed, and I sent it to you guys in November. And hopefully, because this is such an emergency situation, and it's unprecedented, we need other ways to be able to serve without it having to, be in person. I just really don't like having our staff have to jeopardize their own health. And, a lot of our staff already have high-risk health conditions, so it is a concern. And so I would really appreciate if you guys could, look at that email and hopefully move forward with, that small amendment that I proposed. And the only other thing is I was told that our judge may be resigning. And I don't know if that's still accurate or not, but if that happens, I don't know what's going to happen to our department because, she's been the one that's been handling all of our cases. And, with one of them living on the East Coast and the other one not wanting to be the child support judge, that will have an adverse impact on us if she goes. So I would hope that you could keep us informed if anything like that does happen, because we won't be able to hold hearings if we don't have a judge. And other than that, if you don't have any questions for me, I really don't have any other information to share with you, but I'd like to say, thank you for taking the time to listen, and I hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday.
Thank you, Dinah.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from council or the executives?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I was asking if there's any questions coming from council or the executives for you. If not, I appreciate your report and thank you for coming and making time for us. Happy holidays.
Thank you, to you too.
Right now, I'm going to be calling on Leah, earlier Courtney, and Debbie has been excused for the second.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leah Fighton. I'm the Tribal Health Director under the Tribal Secretary's Office. I was hired in December of 2019 under Indian Health Service Tribal Management Grant to establish mid-level management under the Tribal Secretary. I'll be reporting for all of the programs under the Tribal Secretary, the Tribal Health programs, so they don't have to be here and we can move a little quicker. All of their reports have been submitted, so I'm just going to highlight a little bit from each of the programs. As you all know, the pandemic started at the end of 19 and then hit us here in early March. This really caused a complete change in how we did things, how we operated, as you all know. We had partial closures, complete shutdowns, learning to work remotely, and still be able to provide services and meet our program objectives. I want to thank all of the Tribal Health Program managers and their staff for their ability to adapt to telework and staying on top of their program objectives. It has not been easy, and it has been a scary, sad, and stressful year. I'll start with my grant, which is listed as the Tribal Health Management Grant. This is a 3-year grant. We started our second year on September 1st of 2020. And I think the best achievement this year was the funds for the feasibility study for our new treatment center. The RFP closes on December 21st, and our project development team will get together sometime right after Christmas to review the proposals. So I'm excited about that, and I hope we have some good results from the feasibility study. Okay, the SWO Behavioral Health Program has 5 programs operating currently. The Native Connections is currently in its 5th year. And this program, probably the highlight for the year was we completed a community readiness assessment this summer to determine the community's knowledge of the tribe's efforts in suicide prevention. Our team, I put together a team with tribal SWO behavioral health employees and then community health education employees. And the first thing we did is we interviewed 8 adults that work across the tribal government. And the scores came back that they had some clear recognition and knowledge about the efforts that the tribe is doing for suicide prevention. And that something must be done, but they felt that the efforts weren't quite focused. So then I met with our GPO on that, and we interviewed 3 youth, ages 15, 16, and 21, and their score on the tribe's efforts for suicide prevention was a lot lower. It showed that they had a vague awareness of the efforts that the tribe is doing, so we kind of need to go back and really refocus on the youth and show them the different opportunities or the different programs and program we have for suicide prevention. So that's how we're going to complete our strategic action plan for year 5 and then focus on the next 5-year grant cycle, which the notice of funding opportunity opened last week, and we have our project development team together, and the deadline for that is February 8th. So we will be moving really fast on that. The Youth and Family Tree, that's a SAMHSA grant, and is for the enhancement and expansion of treatment and recovery services for adolescents, transitional age youth, and their families. The TREE program just completed its 2nd year, and the staff been able to obtain MOUs with all of the surrounding schools to start working with them on referrals. The TREE program also received a $10,000 telehealth grant that was written by the former director, Shelby Zantina, before she left the program. So I want to thank Shelby for doing that. And Alana Littlebird, who works in the TREE program, is kind of carrying that project out. That program is those funds will be used to get phones and phone cards for the youth to stay in contact with their counselors. Generation Indigenous, or MSPI, Purpose Area 4, is also an Indian Health Service grant, and it's a methamphetamine and suicide prevention initiative grant. Because of the pandemic, the 3 Indian Health Service grants at Behavioral Health were extended into a 6th year. So all of those programs will end September 30th of 2021. So we're waiting for those notice of funding opportunities to come out as well. Gen I Indigenous basically supports the TREAT program, and we have a behavioral health specialist who sees all of the TREAT clients for mental health services. So she is a very busy lady. I just submitted her report into the Indian Health Service portal, and she had 391 clients. So she's, over the years, she's very busy. She does a great job. So the next grant is the MSPI Purpose Area 3, and that is the Maya Techa program. This is also an IHS-funded program. The MIS program kind of works in conjunction with Maya Techa, which is tribally funded, and their program wrote and received a $25,000 grant through the Indian Collective. They wrote that right during the shutdown period in March, and the purpose of that grant was to get one of their staff members to come back and work, and then start implementing some counseling sessions and tele-treatment services. So in May, they were able to pick up their treatment services virtually for all of their clients. And then the last one is the DVPI. This is also an IHS grant. I just recently hired someone, the DVP coordinator. His name is Dietrich LaPointe. He started last week, so there hasn't been a whole lot of activity, but he is definitely going to be a great asset to the tribal health programs with his background. The next program is the Community Health Education Program, which comes under the 638 Master Contract. Audrey German is the program manager. She has 3 employees. And CHE's priorities last year and still continue to be this year, obviously, is the COVID pandemic. The Community Health Education Department applied for a competitive grant through CDC to address COVID, and they were awarded $352,000, which is really just, fantastic. So it's that grant that funded the 2 screeners that you see out front, and the kiosks that are at both entrances, and a lot of thermometers, touchless thermometers and things like that are all the other programs. They also, that grant, they also hired a COVID coordinator, which is Gypsy Wana, and she'll soon be leaving, so we'll have to fill that position as well. These ladies have worked every single day since the pandemic started, so I really want to acknowledge them for their hard work and their efforts. They work so hard at getting out information, putting in the packets for the people, the families that are out there that are, isolated or isolation or quarantine. And I just want to thank them. They do a great job. Okay, the Diabetes Fitness Center, Sarah Lincoln is the program manager, and despite the pandemic and having to shut down over and over, she was still able to complete 345 assessments on adults, and she wrote and received a grant in the amount of $118,000 to implement a new family approach to combat obesity and chronic diseases. The daily texts, I don't know if you guys get them, the daily emails, those have really helped people stay positive through all of this pandemic and, being locked in or shut in. Dakota Pride Treatment Center, Richard Bird is the director, and despite the pandemic, Dakota Pride had a total of 68 patients that were admitted into treatment last year, with 60 of them completing treatment successfully. There were 79 referrals for treatment to Tallgrass and Keystone. Dakota Pride was also reviewed by the state of South Dakota and received their accreditation for another 2 years. Health Administration, Sarah Dakota is the Health Services Coordinator. I personally want to thank Sarah for her work on the COVID pandemic. She has worked every day since the pandemic started. She has attended all of the COVID-related conference calls, the Zoom meetings, the Skype meetings, anything that's related to the pandemic and the vaccine efforts. She stays right on top of it. I'm not able to attend all of those, so she makes sure she attends everyone, or Audrey does. And, you know, Sarah has been a great help to me this past year, helping me kind of get through and learn the process of how the tribe works, so I want to say thank you to her, too. She also oversees the Tribal Opioid Response Project, and this project is funded by SAMHSA, and they had 34 participants last year. They sponsored several trainings. One recently was called waiver training for medical providers in the area, and I think they had 6 providers, 6 MDs, doctors, or PAs that came and took the training, and so it was a success. Excuse me. Okay, next program is iLaunch, Indigenous iLaunch, or Linking Actions for Unmet Needs for Children's Health Project. It's a 5-year project, and April Eastman is the project director. They are currently in their 3rd year, and probably the highlight this year for that project is establishing their relationship with SWO Head Start. Specifically highlighting, they purchased the Second Step Socio-Emotional Curriculum for each of the classrooms, and they provided the training, which is still ongoing. And from what I understand, the Head Start staff really like it. They enjoy having the weekly meetings with the mental health consultant, so that project's going really well. The iLaunch project has 5 core strands or objectives. April and her team added 2 that aren't necessary, but they thought they were important. One of them is workforce development, and her and I and her mental health consultant have bi-weekly meetings on this, and she has been unsuccessful in finding a behavioral health partner for her project, and I have been unsuccessful in trying to find behavioral health providers as well. So we've been brainstorming, and we proposed this to the stakeholders group for the health plan. And we want to make this part of the next 5-year health plan to identify people in the community that have an interest in behavioral health studies, to support them in their education, and help them achieve their degrees and their licensure. So you'll see that coming in the year. And last but not least is the CHR and the MCH program. That also is a program that's funded under the 638 master contract. I recently got this program moved under me. I think it was in the last couple of weeks. But the highlights for the year, of course, is Lorraine German. She's the project manager. And she has fulfilled 48 years of service, which is really remarkable. That happened in August of 2020. She supervises 11 staff who also have a lot of longevity in the program. I've noticed that all over Indian country, CHR programs, the CHRs have a lot of longevity. They're just so committed to that program. The MCH program staff deliver postnatal packets to the homes following CDC guidelines since the pandemic began. Prior to that, they conducted home visits as well and visited the new moms at the hospital. The CHR and MCH program manager and the staff served 7,830 people this year and logged 12,374 service and travel hours from October 1 of 2019 to September 30th of 2020. That is my report. I made it short. Do you have any questions for me?
Members of council, executives, and also to the listeners out there, the floor is open if you have any questions, comments. Yagata?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on how our policies, and I spoke with Madam Secretary and Nippy and a few others on our current policy on responding to COVID. And I'm wondering, Council, if we could get like an update meeting with the CEOs of our hospital of Coteau and IHS for a current update in that process. Because to me, I feel like, especially now that we're in the peak of the pandemic, that our elders and our high risk need to be treated sooner. It's almost, to me and to my understanding, to what I've witnessed and to some of the situations that I'm aware of, is our elders are getting sent home and they're not being treated right away. And if we can take another look at that policy with the IHS and with Coteau, maybe we can try to push for their treatment to come sooner. And those who are not high risk and the younger ones, I see that they can go home, isolate. But right now, from what I know, is that they're told to go home, come back when you're presented with a fever, you're having a difficulty breathing, your O2 levels are low, which for our elders and high risk, when they're at that point, by the time they are sent off, it's detrimental. So I would like to know if council would be with me on this, if we can meet with the CEOs of those of our facilities.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I know I will speak to Audrey and Sarah about that next week and try to get some meetings set up with Randy Jordan and Mr. Cantos. I don't know what, to be honest, I don't know what their policy is. I do know that they will not admit anybody until they reach a certain oxygen level. And I'm not saying that was the situation with the elders, but I agree with you. Elders usually have multiple health issues where if they're not feeling well and they present at the ER, that means they're sick because they don't like to go to the ER. So if they're showing up there, that means that they definitely need to be hospitalized or a serious look at them and follow up. So
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
That was Lisa Jackson representing the Yagapta. Appreciate your questions.
Oh, I don't have a question. I just have a comment to let everybody know that Leah has done a really awesome job in our programs, and she should definitely be acknowledged for all her efforts during this pandemic. Thank you, Leah, for everything that you've done.
Thank
all I
you.
got.
I appreciate that. I want to say thank you to the leadership. I enjoy my job here. As you all know, I'm from Flandreau. And I see the leadership here. They're so committed to their people and addressing the issues that are most important. And I just really respect that. And everybody on the council has really taken a leadership role and have moved fast to address the pandemic, which none of us were prepared for. And we had our little bumps along the way with our policies and stuff, but we just kept right at it and we're still doing it. So thank you all for all of your support, and I wish you all, a Merry Christmas. I know that everybody is really struggling right now, losing loved ones, but I just want to wish you all well. Thank you.
Council and executives, We got through our agenda on our books. And I swear to Crown, I thought one of you guys were going to leave for one of these guys. I thought it was there you go. Thank you, Yagapta. And my final remarks. I appreciate working with you guys for me just coming in. I know you guys had a long ride with each other at the beginning of your terms. What is it, coming in 2019? And as you know, it goes quick, huh? People when people come in, they want it quick, want things quick, but it takes time and it takes planning. And it takes a lot of discussions and roundtable meetings. A lot of things just can't happen like that. I know we want to, but it can't. But I appreciate, I just want to, in my closing remarks for 2020, this is my first general council, helping prepare me for next year, 2021. I appreciate the reports coming from our System Wakan Oyate program managers. On behalf of council and also our executives for-profit board, we want to acknowledge our for-profit managers and employees, from DNGE casino workers, from our custodians on up, our frontline workers, managers, and everybody that the for-profit board and DNG working together to better our for-profits out there and gaining monies. We appreciate each and every one of you and the hard work and dedication. Without you, we won't have a lot of your support in our programs, our districts. I-29, our hotel, providing a lot of nights, a lot of support for our membership out there. Not only our membership and through our community members in the area. Dakota Crossings, we appreciate all the managers, employees over there. Thank you for your dedication. And I know we always hear, hazard pay, etc. And that takes planning also too. And we'll get there. We can't make everybody happy at this time, but we're trying as a leadership. Agency C-Store, we appreciate the services you provide. And you guys make good biscuits and gravy. The Agency Bag Factory, I see you employees, when I come to work at 7 o'clock, I see you employees sitting there in your trucks, in your cars, ready to go to work. So I appreciate you guys all at the Bag Factory. Fuel Inc., your dedication to going out, especially in our cold temperatures, after hours, before hours, going out to make sure our membership are staying warm out there. Even through this pandemic, COVID, I know staff has been affected, but with continued prayers, you guys are recovering, and we appreciate you guys. Council, did I forget anybody? And you got to remind me too. If I forgot anybody, just remind me, because I'm getting aged. So. Yep, I say Crossings. Yep. That was Lake Travis. Remind me, Crossings. Law enforcement, child protection, travel roads, LTUC, BIA roads, all the ones that are not included in our books back there. You're all appreciated too. All the work that you guys have been doing too. A lot of the times, you frontline workers, you're out there putting in work, but a lot of times we're not being recognized. And as we did yesterday, we recognized our Yapaha. That's always been in the community helping out. So that's a start. Myself, and I like to continue to see that, honoring our people. So in closing, I want to remind everybody our pamphlets that we passed out. In the past, I always seen in the back of your books Christmas things. Christmas designs or anything like that. But this year I wanted to recognize our relatives, our ancestors that the 38 plus 2. And in closing, I want to share a little story about that and remind our people. Minnesota, Makochi, Minnesota is the homelands of the Dakota people. We call that the motherlands, our homelands. In 1862, most of our Dakota people were starving. 10 years before, they signed a treaty in which we ceded 24 million acres of land in exchange for annuity payments and food. Our people were then removed from our homelands and relocated to a 10-mile strip of land along the Minnesota River. Surrounded by white settlers, hunting grounds were diminished. Our people became reliant on the government, a government that only wanted to eliminate us. A government that had no intention of abiding by our treaty terms. All they wanted is our land, to exploit the land for more money. As 10 years go by, our people were starving. They were receiving the rations of food that were promised them. I don't think most of us know what it's really like to be starving. How desperate it makes you. What would you do if your children are crying because they haven't eaten in days? Especially knowing that there were warehouses filled with food, but your people are left to starve while those with different skin colors have access to feed their families. In August of 1862, desperation turned into action. The Dakota conflict lasted 6 weeks and ended with soldiers capturing hundreds of Dakota men and their families. A war commission convicted 303 Dakota men to death. A war commission is a military proceeding and was made up of those who fought in the war against the Dakota. The trials last for 3 to 5 minutes, and there were no interpreters, even though our Dakota people did not speak English, or interpreters. President Lincoln approved 39 executions, although one was later suspended. The largest mass hanging in the United States history was carried out by the orders of the President of the United States, Abe Lincoln, the day after Christmas. Other prisoners, women and children, were held at the concentration camps at Fort Snelling. Those that survived the winter were sent by steamboat down the Mississippi and up the Missouri rivers to new reservations, including my mother's family, the Crow Creek in the Dakota Territory. It was a dry, barren place and was unsuitable for farming. Here's a quote from Governor Ramsey at the time. The Sioux Indians of Minnesota must be exterminated or driven beyond the borders of the state. Minnesota Governor Alexander Ramsey, September 9th, 1862. A federal law, the Dakota Exclusion Act, abrogates all Dakota treaties. It makes it illegal for the Dakota to live in the state of Minnesota, our homeland. The act applies to all Dakotas, regardless of whether they joined in the war in 1862. This law has never been repealed. In fact, in February 2020, the South Dakota House of State Affairs Committee defeated a resolution to support the repeal of the Federal Dakota Removal Act of 1863 that banished the tribes from Minnesota into the reservations of South Dakota. Not only South Dakota, all over the place, even our relatives, we have relatives in Canada that can't come back, in which we have the relatives in Canada, we're holding the lands for them in here in the Sissimawatin Oyate. So in closing, so with that, as you guys, as we remember when we break, remember the 38 +2 that were hung in Mankato on December 26th. Remember Medicine Bottle and Shakopee, who were hung 2 years later, and those that were sent to prison in Davenport, Iowa? Remember all the Dakota people who suffered and died during this tragic time in history. The Dakota 38+2 ride has rested their staff this year, but the Dakota Exile Ride is still going from Santee, Nebraska to Mankato, Minnesota. So please, Oyate, keep them in your prayers as they carry the people's prayers back to the Minnesota, Makochi, Minnesota, our homelands. I want to close with this. Inkpa Duta, in his message in our Shota paper, and right now he's with our ancestors. He made his journey. Inkpa Duta, he wanted to remind our relatives to wash your hands. That message, and we're always saying that, the 3 W's. Wash your hands, wash your distance, wear your mask. And if you do this, it will help slow that virus. I know Christmas is coming up, the holidays coming up. Please, I know we all, as a Dakota people, we always want to gather. But please try to gather in your own homes, close. Don't be trying to gather in large groups. We ask of that as leaders because we want to see you around. If we continue to do that, I know the medicine's coming next week, and it is coming, and everything will be okay. We will be okay as a Dakota people. We've always been. And with that, I appreciate everybody on the system up in Oyate, and those that are listening, and our relatives that are living off the reservation. Happy holidays. Medaki Awas. Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman and Tribal Council, appreciate the opportunity to speak today during the meetings. I just want to bring up to your attention some serious and important legislative issues that Congress has now addressing. Congresswoman Deb Haaland, Native American woman from New Mexico, introduced a bill which passed the House floor called the Healthcare Access for Urban Native Veterans Act. This is very, very important for me. I'm a Vietnam veteran, combat veteran, and I'm a tribal elder, and we go from the reservation to the urban areas, visit relatives, or find economic substance, whatever. But this is important for Native American veterans, where they can now get culturally sensitive health care in the urban Indian clinics throughout the United States. And also, this relieves some of the issues for the Veterans Administration to pay for their care, which hasn't been done before. So I need you and the Tribal Council to contact the Great Plains Chairman's Indian Health Board, National Indian Health Board, and the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs to highly support this act. It has passed the House and it's over to the Senate side, but this is a very, very important bill that this Congress Native American woman introduced on our behalf. So I ask you and request of you to follow up on that. Thank you. My other issue is now the new President Biden has now identified this lady, Deb Haaland, the Native American lady, Congresswoman from New Mexico, to be the Secretary of the Interior, which is very important for tribes. And so I need you to contact the National Indian Congress, American Indians, Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs to support this lady. And we need a lot of support letters from Indian tribes throughout the nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Tribal Council. I really appreciate all the program managers and staff who are doing a tremendous job, and you are taking care of us and tribal community on your COVID policies, procedures, which I highly respect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bill LeBrock, one of our treasured elders coming from Lake Traverse Reservation. And as he was calling in, he's sitting on his ice house with his feet dangling, ready to go to any swim and set up. So we appreciate it, and we're going to follow up with our letters. Already planning on drafting up letters to send out and our support on behalf of the System Wapin Oyate. And with that, council, you guys have any, you want to come up and have anything to say? Oh, Cheryl, she ducked down. All right, thank you, members of council and executives. Wishing you all a good day.